Os dias que nós passamos, o que você esconde de toda calada, não me deixe somente. Olha, olha, acho que você mostra-me toda gelada. Palavras fez-me ficar pelas, não me deixe um instante. Eu só tenho medo que deva ser sua ferida no coração quando eu estou contando a voz você falou, pouco conversação toda desafinada. Eu não gostei de você. Olha, olha, acho que você mostra-me toda forma como fica lento. Hoje eu consento lado, não me fez confusa. Eu só tenho estou contando Os dias que nós passamos, o que você esconde de toda calada, não me deixe somente. Olha, olha, acho que você mostra-me toda gelada. Palavras fez-me ficar pelas, não me deixe um instante. Eu só tenho medo que deva ser sua felicidade no coração quando eu estou contando a voz você falou. Pouco conversação, toda desafinada. Eu não gostei de você. Olha, olha, acho que você mostra-me toda forma como fica lento. Hoje eu consento lado, não me fez confusa. Eu só tenho desejo que sabe o seu sofrimento inteiro, avisa-me de peso quanto. Se não posso tocar seu coração, mas eu posso tocar seu corpo. Sua mão não gelada, sua pele não me queima. Qual razão, qual esperança você esconde? Eu só tenho amor que lá fica ao lado de você, de momento me dá uma plação. Estou contando Os dias que nós passamos, o que você esconde de toda calada, não me deixe somente. Olha, olha, acho que você mostra-me toda gelada. Palavras fez-me ficar pelas, não me deixe um instante. Eu só tenho medo que deva ser sua ferida no coração quando eu estou contando a voz você falou. Pouco conversação, toda desafinada. Eu não gostei de você. Olha, olha, acho que você mostra-me toda forma como fica lento. Hoje eu concentrado não me fez confusa. Eu só tenho desejo que sabe o seu sofrimento e cair a vida me de peso quanto. Se não posso tocar seu coração, mas eu posso tocar seu corpo. Sua mão não gelada, sua pele não me queima. Qual esperança você esconde? Eu só tenho amor que não fica ao lado de você. De momento me dá uma plaça. Estou contando os dias que nós passamos, o que você esconde de toda calada, não me deixe somente. Olha, olha, já acho que você mostra-me toda gelada palavras. Fez-me ficar pelas, não me deixe instante. Eu só
Okay, I'm back. Let's see, where did we leave off? I think we had literally just finished the third door. Ow. Oh.
You've got the puppy?
No.
Okay.
Let's see. The door before they departed slowly drew shut. Could no longer hear the raucous sounds of the men from within the den. The faint scent of cigarette smoke, however, lingered in the air. Give me a second. Nightbot is very accurate. I appreciate it. Huh? Staring vaguely at the closed door, he noticed something was amiss. The maid, who had been holding the departed's hand, was no longer at his side. The departed glanced around, but she was nowhere in sight. Down the corridor stretched only darkness. Not having anticipated this, he was unsure how to react. What's the matter? You lost? Are you trying to take in the sights? A voice called out to the departed, but it was not the maid's voice. What? Caught off guard, he spun around confused, in search of the source. Where are you looking? Over here. Yeah, there you go. No more to the left. Following the voice's instructions, he found himself facing a wall. The painting speaks. What do I do? You look like you've just seen a ghost. Hey now, come on, don't turn away. Are you really? Yep, you got it. I'm the one talking to you. The voice was coming from within the painting. When the departed had passed by this wall on the way to the third door, a magnificent landscape painting had been hanging here. But now the canvas was a deep shade of black, as if it had been dipped into a vat of ink. Been a while since I talked to anyone. So tell me, you can hear me all right, can't you? Can't you? I can hear you. Maggie, I'm alive. Okay, cool. Stinky. You could just come into this room. I can hear you. Splendid. Been so long since I've had a conversation, I was afraid I might have forgotten how to talk. So tell me, who might you be? I don't know. I don't know anything. You don't know? Well, isn't that quite the pickle? Then how about we have a little chat, eh? You got yourself turned around and aren't sure where to go, yeah? Well, I'll be happy to tell you anything I can. Just ask away. The painting sounded rather high-spirited. Perhaps he was simply excited to have the opportunity to speak with someone. So the departed decided he would ask the painting a few questions. Who are you? Me? Well, as you can see, I'm a painting. Why? Why did I end up as a painting? Hard to say. Maybe I was reborn as a painting because I used to really like art. But there are things I painted that I wish I hadn't. Maybe that regret's what's turned me into this. Hopefully I get the chance to apologize to him about that. Anywho, no point in getting any more detail than that. Wouldn't mean anything to you. So enough about me. Alright, you don't know anything about yourself. A shame that. Alright then. A favor for you, since you can't tell me about yourself. Eh? If you run into him, could you tell him I really regret what I did? I know I should tell him myself, but, well, as you can see, regret. I'm stuck here. Can't move an inch, so I've got to ask for help. I feel absolutely terrible about painting that picture. I know, yeah, the deadline's way past on that one, but that's what makes it regret, yeah? Because you can't take it back. By the time I had realized, it was too late. Oh wait, hold on. I need to... Woo! There we go. He was already dead. He's long since passed away. How? Huh? You supposed to give a dead fellow a message? Well, for all you know, the dead could be wandering these halls too. Perhaps. So please, if you come across him, tell him I said that. I didn't mean any harm with that painting. Or maybe you are him? Who am I? You got any clues? Just because you don't know who you are doesn't mean you can go around asking other people. Is a painting a person? Not a person, you say? Well, no, you're right, but I'm not gonna know anything about you that you can't tell me yourself. I mean, from where I'm standing, you almost look like a walking cloud of shadow. Can't even tell what you look like. I do? The maid who was with you before, did she call you master? Yes. I see. The question is, which era's master are you? I hope to God we're not Jacopo. How many doors have you been through? 3. 3 doors, huh? And of those, did any of them bring anything back? Nothing. Ah, well, it's not an easy thing recovering yourself. Or maybe you weren't behind any of those 3 doors? I wasn't? Yeah, that's gotta be it. That was your first time witnessing those tragedies. Yours is another door. So tell me, how'd you feel looking behind those doors? Did it suck? Was it terrible? Did it fucking hurt? Was it frightening? Saddening? Heart-wrenching? Yeah? Well, let me tell you something. You were able to bear them because they weren't your tragedies. The next door you open is yours. Will you be able to bear it? Will you be able to accept your own tragedy? It's one thing seeing others suffering, but your own. If you have to face emotions you wanted to keep buried, secrets you wanted to keep hidden away, and pain you wanted to forget, do you think you'll be able to accept them as your own? If you can't, I wouldn't blame you. I wouldn't accuse you of running if you chose not to reclaim your old self. Nothing wrong with erasing your memory of something if it was so bad you didn't want to face it in the first place. Let it be rewritten as someone else's story. That'll make it a whole lot easier on you. 'Cause you never know, most unfortunate tale of all may well be your own. Or perhaps that goes for everything about you. Is the weight I bear truly so great? If so, then what am I supposed to do? But I have not yet seen it, so... You won't know till you see it? Well, that's true enough. But once you do, there might not be any turning back. Do you mean to reclaim your old self no matter the cost? If you do, if you're sincerely prepared to do that, then be wary of the tale that comes next. What? Any tragedy that seems too beautiful to be real is precisely that. A fabrication. A fabrication? If it turns out you're someone from behind the next door, then perhaps you're my... What is this place? Oof, talk about some hard-hitting questions. Probably not the one who'll be able to answer that for you. I don't have a very deep connection with this mansion, you see. I find that difficult to believe. I swear it, I got nothing to gain from lying, do I? It's my regrets that have turned me into this. I wasn't summoned here by no one. That said, there is one thing I can tell you. This place summons people. People with ties to something that happened long, long ago. Summons? No one knows anything even happened. I didn't know either, until she told me. Though I haven't the foggiest how much of it's true or not. Are you here because you were summoned by her? Or did you... Sorry, I'm sending something very, very important to someone. By very important, I mean very bad. Come here of your own will, to find someone. I still don't know. But someone was calling for me. Sad, despairing cries. If you came here your own volition, and you weren't summoned by her, mayhaps you'll be the one who can break. Who is the maid? Might as well ask her that directly. I tried. But she won't say till you've regained your old self? Right. I see. Well, in that case, if you want to know, you know what you gotta do. It's entirely up to you whether you make an ally or an enemy out of her. There's no guaranteeing she's even right in the head. What? You never know. Maybe you're not the only one who hasn't found themselves. Haven't talked that much in a long time. Feels great. Now that I've gotten that on my system, I should be able to get some good sleep. I feel even more lost than I was before. Probably still wandering in the dark right now, but I really hope you find the outcome you want. And I mean that. You can either reclaim your old self, or you can toss it aside. The choice is yours, either way. Now, since it looks like your escort isn't showing up, what do you plan to do next? What should I do? How about taking a look around the place, since you got a little free time? Could be you come across some things you wouldn't with her around. Alright, if you're gonna go exploring, I've got the perfect thing. The perfect thing. Stick your hand in the canvas, would ya? In my canvassy. I apologize for that. That was terrible. The painting was still wrapped in an impenetrable darkness. Seems impenetrable. Oh god. A perfect, all-consuming void. The man had told the departed to put his hand into it. He... Fuck yeah, we're gonna do it! Man tells me to put my hand into a hole, I'm gonna do it! Unless it's his hole. I'm not into fisting. Wow, my thanks, captions. So rude to me. Saying I'm not interesting. That was horrible, thank you. That was the intended... I'm glad it got the intended reaction. Both of them, perfect. The moment his fingertips brushed against the darkness, it swallowed the departed's entire hand up to the wrist. No, not there. That tickles. A little bit to the right. As the man in the painting had instructed, the departed groped around inside the darkness. Before long, he felt something hard at his fingertips. Clenching the object, the departed withdrew his hand. His arm was still intact. Spread his fingers, and there, the departed found a key. Ooh, fancy looking. That tickled. With that key, you can access the master bedroom. A while back, she tossed it into me. Damned litterbug. She. So yeah, it ain't mine. Don't worry about giving it back. However, bet there's something worth seeing in there, if she felt the need to toss that key. Alright, well, I'm gonna get some sleep. You take care. If you happen to learn my name, come pay me another visit. Should the fancy strike you. Having said that, the painting fell quiet. In the departed's hand lay a small key. It seemed rather antiquated and vaguely familiar. Silence once again drew over the corridor. The departed stood there, all alone, no sign of the maid. After considering it for a few moments, the departed decided to explore the mansion on his own. Whoa! That's a lot of places. Alright, Cake, you decide the first one. We talked to a painting. Rose Garden, okay. So we talked to a painting and got a few talked about a few things. Painting said painting doesn't know who we are. And we got a key from the painting that goes to the master bedroom. And the painting also said something about if it is too beautiful a tragedy to be real, then it probably is a fabrication. So we shall keep that in mind. But we are going to go out to the Rose Garden since Cake has chosen that. I did. That's how we got the key. Naturally. This is in between doors. This is after the third door. So this is right after the third door. So I just got back recently as well. Yes, and I made some terrible, terrible jokes. Look, your head is covered in roses. Oh, you got petals on the book. This isn't mine. I can't afford to. Though the departed could hear the sound of children laughing, he could not see them. Also, the painting talked about, like, how we might have difficulty reclaiming our true self, and that we probably weren't behind the first 3 doors, so thank God we're not Jacopo. That's all I want to say. Thank God we're probably not Jacopo. Um... Thank you. Thank you for the lovely... Perfect. So we just got done fisting a painting. Fisting. Let me say fisting. There you go. We got a key from a painting. But welcome in, Mochi. How are you today? Or how are you again? It is nice to see you once again. We are in between doors now. Regardless, their cheerful voices warmed his heart. So I think this is probably Mel and Nellie. But it seems they're children, so yes, that was very important, Mochi. I thought you would enjoy that picture. I'm glad you edited it to be more accurate. Such a girl. Saying hi like that. Such a girly girl. The departed decided to linger there in the garden for some time. Along with the children's laughs, wafted a sweet fragrance. The wind blew, whisking flower petals up into the air. It was an enchanting sight. But after a while, the roses began to wilt. The departed could no longer hear the children's voices either. A young man stood alone in the withered rose garden. As the departed drew nearer, he called out to the youth. "Who are you?" But the young man did not appear to notice him. He merely stood there, staring vacantly across the garden. The youth muttered something in a lifeless voice. "So how much of this have you been here for, Mochi? I don't remember." I have a terrible memory. This isn't what I wanted. I just wanted a normal, peaceful life. I can't bear being alone. I can't take this. Someone get me out of here. Oh God. Tell me that I'm not the bad one here. Look at me. Can you hear me? The departed tried to call out to the young man several times, but he did not seem to hear him. He simply continued muttering to himself. Before long, the youth's shadow faded into nothing. Unable to bear the chilly air any longer, the departed stepped back into the mansion. Okay, so I think calling to the maid ends it early. So, somebody else choose where we shall go next. Mochi or Kev, would you like to... I know, Kev, you probably don't want to make a choice, but, would you like to choose? Yay! Hell yeah. And it's getting to be that kind of... we're getting there. We're getting to summer. And St. Louis has summer weather a lot. But hell yeah. Swimsuit. So this game is the house in Fata Morgana. It's about this destitute soul that is searching for his memories. You know what? That's fair. And we have gone behind 3 doors. Welcome in, Ellie. How are ya? Warm weather is very nice. It has been very stormy here, unfortunately. As I'm sure you know. Except for, yeah, it's been real stormy. But yes, welcome in. So we've been behind 3 doors. We were behind the first door, which was the noble son Mel, and his sister Nellie. And everything went to shit when it was revealed that the white-haired girl was Mel's half-sister, which he found out after falling in love with her. So that was rough. Second door was Bestia's door. They're mad about though. Bestia killed a lot of people. But he latched on to the white-haired girl as a sort of tether to keep himself human. And then the nearby village came to go kill him, but he wasn't there. So they killed the white-haired girl, and then he killed everyone. And then the third door, which was the most recent one, was it was just about the most toxic relationship. Well, it's toxic, but it's one-sided because Jacopo is just an ass. But he was getting tricked by his childhood friend Maria into thinking that his wife, the white-haired girl, was cheating on him. So he locked her in a shed in the back of his mansion. And now we are in between doors. So would anyone like to choose where we head next? We have headed to the Rose Garden, where we encountered what appeared to be the spirit of Mel, bemoaning his tragedy. I hope that was at all coherent. But how are you doing today, Ellie? How have you been? It's good to see you in. Sorry I've been really able to hang out too much this week, but we'll do it next week. I promise. Which is a terrible way to say promise. The stained glass window? Alright, we'll go there next. The departed approached the stained glass window. An array of pews was arranged facing the stained glass. There seemed to be an air of tranquility about the room. He sat down in one of the pews and stared quietly forward for some time. It's an angel. The Archangel Michael. Looking at him makes my chest go tight. Butt spot, let's go. Edible Kubat dough, let's go. But hell yeah, edible cookie dough sounds very nice. Just don't get salmonella. Am I human? For a moment, the departed felt like he was on the verge of recalling something, but ultimately, the memory never managed to surface. So Buttspot is, it is just a bot in chat that will occasionally pop up and replace an entire message, and we'll go through and just replace random parts of it with butt. That's all it does. It's great. I love them. That's literally all they do, and it's fantastic. The maid did not appear to be there. Where could she have gone? The departed decided to resume exploring the mansion. Ba-da-bum. Why? Why not? Because it's funny. Because I have the humor of a 5-year-old. Oh. Actually, thinking about BotsBot reminded me. So there are other bots that you can have commands for. And this is all the content warnings for this game. There's a lot. It's an automated robot thing. But that is the list of content warnings for the house in Fata Morgana. We are past a lot of the violence. The second door was most of the violence, because it was mostly violence. And the incest was in the first door. Yeah, so I don't... But, it's a lot. Yeah. I completely understand if you need to... But none of those should be popping up soon. But just a heads up if you decide to rewatch the VODs or anything. The second door is a lot of torture and killing, and it's not good. It's not good. But yeah, that is... This game is a lot. So if you ever need to step out or you need to step away, completely understandable. I will try somewhat to let you know when things happen. Yeah, even though I knew how it went, I was still hoping for that to happen in the third door. I still think that Maria probably did have a crush on the white-haired girl, but she just doesn't have a good way of showing it. And she was just very, very consumed with a hatred for Jacopo, which is understandable, considering he's Jacopo. It really did. She didn't have to dance with her. She didn't have to say she wanted to lick her fingers, which was weird. But I guess that's how you flirted back then? I don't know. I guess that's how lower class folks flirted back then. I don't know. Well, let's see. Where do we want to go next? So here, actually, I'm going to choose next, because this will show us a little bit of what the second door was like, kind of, sort of. Not too much, but it'll show you what the main character of the second door was like. When the departed descended into the cellar, he heard beast-like snarling. Along with it came a sour odor and the sound of ripping flesh. He could not see the beast, but that did not make it any less unpleasant. Back upstairs, the departed made to retreat from the cellar. But before he could, a shadowy creature lunged at him. He reflexively squeezed his eyes shut. After several moments, he opened his eyes again to find the silhouette of a man standing in place of the beast. The departed and the shadow stared at one another for some time. He asked the shadow a question, and the shadow responded. Who are you? Yeah, that. However, he had no idea what it said. So also, during the second door chapter, the beast first kept speaking in that, like, unknowable tongue. Turns out it's just Japanese. Because he wasn't a beast. He was just Japanese and had the misfortune of getting in a shipwreck and washing up on shore, where a bunch of ignorant racist villagers were that chased him around and called him a beast. Yeah. Although he was a bit fucked up when he thought he was a human too. So there was the whole I tortured a man for fun thing. So anyways, the shadow seemed to be trying to communicate something to the departed, but trying to make sense of something he could not understand was pointless. I have to get out of here. Having no reason to remain in the cellar any longer, he made his way back upstairs. Alright, who wants to choose where we go next? Kev, make a decision. I enjoy pressuring Kevin to make a decision. Every stream, I will make you make a decision, Kev. It will happen. Or, you know, anybody can make a decision. But yeah, that was Bestia, who his real name was... What was his real name? No. What was his real name? I can't remember what his real name was. Oh yeah. Well, do I want to spoil in case anybody wants to go back and watch the VOD? Do I want to spoil the absolute pain that happened in the second door? The absolute emotional pain that occurred there? I don't think I will. So, if you wanna suffer that yourself, you can go check out my YouTube channel, which I think... Hold on, I think I have a command to... YouTube. There! Which I do still need to upload VODs for that. Oh, there you go. That's right. I forgot to do that as well. Okay, that's not great. Alright, well then we'll just go down from top to bottom. And that's fine. That is all good. The departed made his way to the mansion's entrance. There was no one around, nor any source of light. Groping through the darkness, he found the front door, which was sealed shut with a heavy bar. Why has groping appeared twice this stream in this game already? He pressed against the bar, but it remained firmly in place. The door did not budge either. It seemed he could not leave the mansion. Burn the witch. Crucify the impure. When the departed made to step away from the entrance, he heard a muffled voice. What was that? He looked around, but was unable to determine the source of the voice. Nor could be sure whom he had heard either. It sends a chill through me. I feel like I know that voice very well. Giving up on finding anything at the entrance, the departed decided to head elsewhere. Let's go to the fireplace. Trying to think if I've missed any big points in my recap. The departed made his way to the room with the fireplace. Oh yeah, Jacopo shot Maria after Maria shot him. Maria was a piece of work. If she was in any other chapter, I would have probably rooted her for her less, but she's against Jacopo, so And she also seems kind of gay, so I root for her very much. What remained of the fire crackled weakly, leaving the room in a veil of darkness. It's so cold. The departed remembered that he had awoken here. Out of sheer curiosity, he sat down in the rocking chair he had been asleep in. Creak, creak, creak. It was as soothing as a cradle to a baby, and in short order, the departed found his consciousness drifting from his grasp. Reading a story by the fireplace almost makes it feel like we're in another world, doesn't it, Master? I bet that's why troubadours perform at pubs, so they can be near the fire. Oh, you're such a cynic. But that's okay. Say, do you remember when I first arrived here? When I was cleaning the library? The departed's eyes slowly slid open. Fragments of a pleasant dream lingered in the back of his mind. The crackling of a fire, the taste of warm wine. However, there was nothing pleasant about the fireplace sitting before him. No warm, crackling flames. In fact, the brisk air of the room overpowered the remnants of embers left there. A chill ran down the departed's spine. Afraid he might freeze stiff if he stayed there much longer, he resumed his exploration of the mansion. Go to the den. We'll get to meet Jacopo. Aren't you excited? We get to see him again. Isn't it great? The scent of cigarette smoke lingered in the den. However, the room was silent. Not even an echo of the men's chattering remained. Something was moving. Billiards balls. There was no one present to strike the balls. They rolled spontaneously around the table. The paths they traced across the surface were rough and erratic, contrasting that of when the former master had held the cue. What do you mean, Moji? The spheres collided awkwardly with one another, not a single one coming close to the pockets. What's going on? As an experiment, the departed pulled a ball off the table. In response, the paths of the balls became even clumsier. Having lost one of their targets, they began bouncing aimlessly off the cushioned walls of the table. As the departed stared intently at the table, a man's voice rang out from somewhere in the room. A what? Spinning around, the departed saw a silhouette of a man. However, he could not make out what the man was saying. Who are you? The man thrust a finger at the table. He appeared to want the departed to return the ball. He looks angry. The departed reluctantly placed the billiards ball back on the table. When he did, the balls resumed endlessly colliding with one another, never landing in any of the pockets. The departed looked up to find the shadow gone. Having determined that the maid was not going to appear in the den, he exited the room, making his way back into the corridor. Which message did you see? Oh, waiting for the gayness to happen? We'll get there. Let's go to the library. Mochi, how drunk are you? How high are you? The smell of dusty books filled the air of the library. The departed approached a shelf to examine one of the books. And suddenly an avalanche of them came falling to the floor. What? He stared blankly at the mountain of books. They had fallen down on their own, but they showed no signs of putting themselves away. Since no one else was there to do it, he began placing the books back on the shelf. 1, 2, 3, a dozen, and as soon as he had gotten them all back up, what on earth? They came crashing back down again. The departed wished very much to implore of the maid's assistance, but she did not appear to be in the area. Pretending he had not seen anything, the departed made his way back into the hallway. If I do not see it, it is not my problem. Let us go to the master bedroom. We got a key for there. The departed inserted the key he had been given into the door's keyhole.
What?
And with a twist, the door opened. The master bedroom was shrouded in darkness, much like every other room in the mansion. It had evidently been unused for some time. The air in the room was stale and forlorn. Okay. Master? What? A voice seemed to ring out from somewhere. Come on, get up. Up with you. Master! See, what did I tell you? It's so much nicer in here with a little light. Without warning, the departed's whole world took on a bright, vivid colors. Also, God, the music in this game is so good. I actually need to go pee. I'm gonna be right back. I'm sorry, I'm very hydrated. It's terrible. I'll leave you with this lovely music for like 2 minutes.
Na jardim oculta, a gente mostra ilusões. É muito tarde, mas porque todas as coisas falam mentira. Estou olhando azul.
I'm back. Did anybody time me? Yep, don't worry about it, Mochi. You're good. I can guarantee I will cry like a baby at some point during this game. I know I cried probably multiple times when I first played this. This is one of my favorite tracks in the game too. And thank you, Kev. I appreciate it. Light streamed through the window, illuminating a well-lived bedroom. A woman's silhouette stood before the departed. More vibes than I've got. You're... wait a sec. Don't you hide under your bedspread. Get out of there. Oh, but Master, you agreed that I could open the windows. The windows? Don't worry, I've put curtains up. If it gets too bright, you can draw them. Who are you? Mornings take the best parts of being outside and squeeze them all into the same few hours. Are you... You don't have to go outside in the sunlight for it either. Just listen to all the wonderful sounds. The joyous songs of the birds, the swaying of the trees, the rustling of the leaves. Who gave me light? The departed tried to call out to the silhouette, but it did not respond. Reaching out for her, his hand simply passed through her body. I wish to put my hand on you. Did not seem to be him that she was speaking to. Perhaps he was looking at a scene from some other period of time. Am I being as pushy as I feel right now? I wish to call your name. But I cannot remember it. Completely misjudged you. Say, you're the exact opposite of what I thought you were. My name. Let's see. Thought you were cold and cruel. Heartless and incomprehensible. Speak. But I'm beginning to get a better idea. To me, you try to put on airs, but you're really rather childish. You have a short temper, but can be surprisingly playful. What else? You have a pretty difficult personality, too. Now, hear me out here. That's not everything. Gave me a chance to talk, and you listened intently. It can be kind of nice, too. We agreed that we would live together, not just in the same house, so we've got plenty of time to add more to the list. And I hope you can make your own list about me, too. This is just the beginning, after all. We've got a long time ahead of us. Plenty enough to get to know each other, no? Let's not waste any time, then. What do you say we do something today that we haven't been able to before? Where should we begin? Ooh, I know. We can get this place cleaned up. Now that there's some actual light in here, we can see all sorts of things we'd probably rather not. Like dust. All over the place. When the woman's shadow faded away, the master bedroom transformed back into its old, dreary state. Master, can you say my name? The departed was unsure how to describe the urge welling up within his breast. He could not say her name. The departed stood unmoving in the master bedroom for some time, but it did not appear anything else was going to happen. So he decided to head somewhere else. Oh, we can go back to that? Interesting. The departed returned to the room with the stained glass window. He had searched throughout the mansion, but had no luck finding the maid. He felt somewhat tired, though he was not quite sure whether it was physical exhaustion or otherwise. This darkness feels like it's draining me of my strength. like I'm slowly being smothered beneath it. He had little interest in doing any more moving about. Taking a seat in one of the pews, the departed gazed up at the stained glass. Staring solemnly back down at him was the archangel said to weigh the souls of the deceased. Michael. Perhaps he was trying to weigh the departed soul. My soul is probably not very heavy. Well, the illusion of choice. Wow. Games say they have so many choices. And they just they railroad you all to the same direction. Terrible. Let's call for the maid. Oh, hello. Are you joining me in here? Has your internet not been kind? Master. Oh, there you are, Master. And this is the maid. All we know is she is the maid of the house and has also been in all of the stories, all of the doors so far. So she's something interesting. She also could not be harmed by the second door's master. So she is definitely something more than human. Oh, there you are, Master. You gave me quite the scare. After returning from the third door, you disappeared without a word. It was you who disappeared. Oh my, it was I who disappeared? That is quite strange. I did not go anywhere as far as I am aware. Nevertheless, I am glad to have found you. I would have been at a complete loss for what to do if I had been separated from you yet again. Again? You said you were waiting for me. I did indeed say that when you first arrived. I have been waiting for your return for a very long time. For centuries, as a matter of fact. Yeah, girl? You can't just say that, right? Say that out of nowhere. That would make me a ghost, then you say? Oi, apologies. I didn't say that. She seems very perky. I suspect she's not in her right mind. Am I in mine, though? I am very much not a ghost. Would I be able to hold your hand if I were? Maybe if we were both ghosts. Saying this, the maid took the departed's hand. She just wants to hold my hand. It was cold enough to send a shudder down his spine, and completely devoid of life. Though, as chilling as it may have been, he still took comfort in the feeling of her hand in his. Hi Jess, welcome back in. How are you? How have you been since you were here? Like, literally not too long ago. And welcome back into the house of Fata Morgana. We have just taken a tour around the mansion. And we talked to a painting and got a key. I figured as much. Well, my hands are also cold and chilling and, well, less devoid of life, but still very cold. Though chilling as it may have been, he still took comfort in the feeling of her hand in his. If we were both dead, then maybe we could still touch each other. The maid looked down at the departed with gentle eyes. After a few moments of silence, she sat down beside him. But yeah, we have taken a tour around the mansion, and we got some memories, something. And the painting told us that we may not want to reclaim who we are. And that if a story is too fanciful to be true, then it probably is just that. Untrue. But I am doing good. I am doing very well. I am very much enjoying this game, and I very much know I will cry like a baby at some point. I know, I'm pretty sure I cried multiple times when I first played through this game, so it will definitely happen again. I guarantee. The stained glass is quite beautiful, is it not? Every time I see it, it brings a tranquility to my heart. Does the opposite for me. A dreadful, deep-rooted curse afflicts this mansion. However, this room is the one exception. Can you feel the purity that hangs in the air, Master? I have a question. Yes? What is it, Master? Why is the stained glass still here? It was... You are correct. The stained glass window had been shattered and was not present in the time period of the previous tale. So, why is it here? I wonder. Perhaps it is because the mansion we are in presently resides in a realm separate from the real world. We are in a world constructed from myriad memories and histories. I am sure that when you regain your old self, Master, the mansion too shall be restored to its original state. So do try and remember, all right? Hee. Oh yes. Where did you go in my absence, Master? I wandered around. I see. So you explored the mansion, then? And did you find anything noteworthy? I gathered what appeared to be memories. Memories? I am not quite sure what you mean. How peculiar. As a servant of this house, what is that emote? I pride myself in being aware of most everything present within these walls. That is quite the emote. I wonder whose memories they could be. The key to the master bedroom. The key to the master bedroom? Why did you throw it away? Why did I throw away the key? I beg your pardon? The painting. You say a painting told you? The departed could see perplexity on the maid's face. He'd never seen her make such an expression before. I know nothing of any key. Oh, Master, you should not tell jokes meant to cause others discomfort, hee hee. Thank you for the hug, Jess. I almost just called you gender. But a talking painting, you say? You seem to have a rather vivid imagination. Maybe you can tell the next tale, Master. Hee. I am only teasing. Now, that was a nice break, but we should get moving. The tale I'm about to show you is the last of the mansion's memories. The last? Maybe this time there will actually be some trace of me. I am certain you will remember yourself after seeing it. To our feet, the final door is not far, and please do not let go of my hand. Holding the departed's hand, the maid led him to the far end of the room. See, the maid is secretly just Jess. That's why the maid keeps asking to hold our hand. Crossing beneath the stained glass window, a metal door came into view. Our destination lies at the top of these stairs. There we will find one last door. She pushed open the metal door, revealing a long spiral staircase. Uh-oh. Not spirals. I don't like spirals. I've read Uzumaki. Uzumaki. Does it actually get it? It does get it. Huh. Cool. I need my hands to vidget game. I'm a gamer. I need my hands. I need my gamer hands. It will be a bit of a walk, so let us be on our way. And please, do watch your step. This is called an observation tower. Normally, towers such as this were built in castles or churches, so it is rather strange for there to be one in a mansion. Thank you, oh gracious Jess. I appreciate it. The last door I wish to show you, Master, resides at the top of this tower. The observation tower. She cries from the top of the tower. And I... Rectangular windows were carved out of the stone in several locations along the way up the spiral staircase. The departed attempted to peer out one of the windows, but all he could see was a thick layer of fog. Perhaps the maid's suggestion that the mansion did not presently reside in reality was, in fact, correct. With each step upward, he found himself gripped by an indescribable sense of anxiety. Oh, bro, me too. Me too, bitch. Always. Up ahead, something tells me there is something at the top of the stairs. Yeah, I saw D-Type went live too. It is unfortunate timing, but definitely go. Hold on, let me shout out D-Type. I think he is playing... Oh, he's playing They Are Billions. He was playing Binding of Isaac before. But yeah, go check him out. He's really cool. If you can have multiple screens up, yeah, go say hi to him. Yeah, everybody go say hi. Go bother him. There's something at the top of these stairs that will stimulate my memories. And you can have me in the you can mute my tab and watch him. Make sure you mute it from the top of the screen though. Like you can right click on the instead of muting from the Twitch options, you can just mute the page, which will still count it as a view. Just in case. Anyways, do what you want. I'm not your dad. The feeling somewhat resembled irritation or annoyance. Sensing this, the maid tightly gripped his hand. There is nothing to worry about. You will be fine. It is all in the past. No matter what may happen, so long as you do not let go of my hand, you have nothing to fear. All in the past. But is it truly? The departed and the maid continued climbing the stairs, up and up, around and around, marching ever nearer the supposed final door. Welcome back, Jess. How did saying hi to D-Type go? D-Type! Oh my gosh, chill captions. Jeez. Calling him daddy type, sheesh. Captions did that, not me. Don't blame me. High up into the tower, as the light from below drew distant, a rotten wood door came into view. Patches of what appeared to be blood stained the surface, and holes had been bored into it with sharp objects of some sort. The departed heard a scream from far below, where no one should have been. Kill the witch! Kill the witch! Kill the witch! What, daddy type? Oh my. Burn her! Burn her! Burn her! Burn her? He was struck with fear. The next moment, the maid opened the door. And then... He slowly descended into darkness. Ah, shit. Well, congrats on the screenshot, I suppose. So this is a little bit in the past, just a little bit. This is the furthest back we've gone yet. Oh dear. Have fun with that, Jess. Set on a pot, set it on, and also pour water into it. Gather the pieces thereof into it. Even every good piece, the thigh and the shoulder, fill it with the choice bones. Take the choice of the flock and burn also the bones under it. And make it boil well, and let them seethe the bones of it therein. Thus saith the Lord, woe to the bloody city, to the pot whose scum is therein, and whose scum is not gone out of it. Bring it out piece by piece, let no lot fall upon it. Where is she? Where did she go? She came down this way, I'm sure of it. Find her! Find her! And burn her! Burn the witch! 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 Burn her! Burn her! Then I will leave thee upon the land. I will cast thee forth upon the open field, and I will cause all the fowls of the heaven to remain upon thee, and I will fill the beasts of the whole earth with thee, and I will lay thy flesh upon the mountains, and fill the valleys with thy height. With... No! Captions? We are not filling the valleys with thigh high tights. Thy height. Thank you. A very different poem is what you are describing their captions. Yes, the captions are down bad today. The captions are down horrendous. Also, welcome back, Jess. You missed the captions talking about thigh-high tights. Oh, now you don't get thigh-high tights. Whatever. I will also water with thy blood the land wherein thou swimmest, even to the mountains, and the rivers shall be full of thee. And when I shall put thee out, I will cover the heaven, and make the skies, the stars thereof dark. Cover the sun with a cloud, and the moon shall not give her light. Oh, I'm glad D-Type had a good reaction. All the bright lights of heaven will I make dark over thee, and set darkness upon thy land. This is some Old Testament shit. I seem to have lost them. Now, where am I? Where should I go from here? What am I to do? Darkness spreads as far as the eye can see. Not a ray of light shines down upon me. Yeah, it's still there. It's still there. It's very fashionable. All that strokes my cheek are tendrils of darkness. Oh, this is... okay. Every passing day, every fading hour, my world is engulfed in ebony. Thank you. I try my best. There exists no kindness in the shadow, only solitude and Maggie's farts. I've lost track of how long I've been on the run, wandering aimlessly, lost, until I arrived at this dark forest. I no longer have anywhere to go. O Father who art in heaven, I kneel to thee within my heart, and ask of thee thy blessing. O Father who art in heaven, I ask of thee to shine thy light upon me, and show me the way. Please have mercy upon my soul. O Father who art in heaven, I do love thee dearly. Hallowed be thy name. Please show me the way. I may be shunned and persecuted, and I may have no place to go. But nevertheless, I am unable to give up on life, to cast aside my hope. O Father who art in heaven, please guide me into salvation. O Father who art in heaven, please guide me. I can no longer remember when my life became naught but running, when it became endless wandering in the dark. And now, when I've reached the point where I've since long forgotten my hunger and thirst, my voice has become hoarse, my vision gone blurry, and my consciousness begun singing in a hazy morass. More ass. The mansion that appears before me, wrapped in a morning fog that seems to foretell rain. Oh my. The mansion comes into view like the world fading in after a dream. Doesn't appear as though anyone lives here. All of the windows are either boarded up or shuttered, as if it's been long since abandoned. A tower, which seems out of place in a personal residence, stands tall beside the mansion. I'm not gonna wear my ball gag, though. The model does. It's a funny prop. It's funny. Funny joke. You hush. You know what? Here. As always. So judgmental, sister of mine. It has an unwelcoming presence, freezing me in my tracks. However, if this is where you have led me, then I shall follow your guidance. Having nowhere else to go, this mansion is my only salvation. The light that guides my way. And so I must have faith that no matter what I find, whether spirits or wild beasts dwell within these hall walls, that this is where I will find peace. Wild beasts is door 2. This is fine? Yeah. Yeah, you had nothing to do with that, Jess, I'm sure. Is anyone there? I guess it is abandoned. That makes sense. It would be more unusual for someone to be living in a house so deep in the woods, so far from civilization, like it's been forgotten to time. I can't imagine anyone spending their days here. I place my hand on the front door. What if I can't get in? I very much doubt I'll find anywhere else to stay wandering through these woods. If the door doesn't open, then I'll die here, out here in the forest. Just break a window, bitch! Fucking commit crimes. Be gay. Be gay, do crime. There you go. There you go. Yep, Captions got it. Captions knows what's up. Caption Chan. Terrible. I'm never calling it that again. I've come to accept much, but I'm not ready to forfeit my life yet. But please open. The door is heavy, and though it seems to protest my attempts to enter, it still opens much easier than I was expecting. I was worried over nothing. Looking in, I get the strangest impression light is being swallowed up into the mansion's depths. Rather than going inside, it feels as though I'm about to step outside the boundaries of this world. When I close the door, it's so dark I can't even tell where I'm walking. I wonder if the windows will open. Though I manage to fumble my way over to a window, it's tightly shuttered, and the shutters are caked with rust. I'm probably not getting it open without a fight. If only I had some source of light. Can't even see my hand waving in front of my face. Feels like the floor will fall out from under me and I'll sink into eternal darkness if I don't watch my step. Fighting back that fear, I slowly walk forward, tracing the wall with my hand. There's a door at the end of a long corridor. I pull it open and a wisp of bone-chilling air brushes past me. It's too dark to see anything, but I can feel something different present in this area than the rest of the house. Uneasiness grips me. Is anybody there? My voice simply disappears into the void. No response. As I'm pushing forward through the freezing air, for a split second, I spot a shimmer of light. Squinting my eyes, I'm able to make out a large window. Unlike the others, it's not shuttered, but covered by drapes. My chances are slim, I imagine, but if there's even a slight possibility of getting some light in here, it's worth a shot. So I pull open the drapes. The next moment, faint but colorful light shines down upon me. It's a stained glass window. From beyond the glass, I can hear the subtle pitter-patter of rain. I guess it finally started. The different colors of light blend into a milky white, dim but wondrous. It's gorgeous. Why would someone cover this up? It's beautiful. With a little more light, it'd be... Please do not touch the drapes. Or the windows. Suddenly, I hear a voice, and I can sense someone else in the room. The man's voice is emotionless, neither deep nor high. Before long, he comes into view, illuminated by dull orange candlelight. I'm sorry for coming in uninvited, but, I did announce myself. The man stands there, practically blending in with the darkness. Has he been there the whole time? He's staring straight at me. His gaze wavers slightly, but not enough for me to read anything in it. The candle in his hand and the light from the stained glass window are the only illumination in the room, neither of which are particularly bright. As a result, his outline is faint and blurred. Gives off the impression that he might vanish entirely between blinks. My apologies. I assumed the house was abandoned. I suspect you would prefer it to be abandoned. Not at all. Is this, do you live in this mansion? Yes, I have for a very long time. I thought I had barred the front door, but it would seem I left it open. What brings you here? If you're lost, I am happy to give you directions. There is a village west of here. It should take you maybe half a day on foot. If you are in need of money, help yourself to some of the furniture. Trade it for food at the village, then make your way to a larger town. Please allow me to stay here. Could you repeat that? I cannot go to the village. No, I cannot go anywhere. I am no longer able to freely return to any town. I'm being hunted. You seem rather young to be a sinner. So you have transgressed. I am neither a thief nor an adulterer. If I bear any sin, then it has been with me since birth. I will do everything I can to stay out of your way. I simply ask that you grant me shelter until it all blows over. If you wish to know my transgression, I will tell you. So please, do not throw me out. I see. And do you ask of this, aware of how people refer to this mansion? Pardon? It is said that a witch once lived in this house. And not just any witch. A cursed witch. This house has been tainted by her seething hatred, and all who dwell within it meet their demise. But you live here, don't you? Like her, I too am cursed. Huh? What kind of curse? The one thing I can tell you is that your life is in danger if you get involved with me. Bitch, my life is in danger anyways. Should you approach my curse, I am likely to take your life. You'll kill me? Yes, so you do not belong here. To live with me in this mansion is to sentence yourself to death. No matter what path I choose, I very much doubt I have a future. And if that's the case, then I shall live how I want. I don't care what people say about you, or this mansion. I wish to stay here. You might think I'm rather strange, but my heart tells me that I must stay here, that I was guided here, and hearing what you have to say only reinforces that. What are you scheming? I am not scheming anything. I am simply tired of running. So if your curse is going to kill me, then perhaps that's for the best. At the very least, you won't be hunting me. You won't try to flay me, or tear off my arms, or rip the flesh from my bones. Ma'am, chill. Although I guess this is what, the Middle Ages about? What is this? It's almost 1100? I think it was 1099. History nerd. No? You don't know? Okay, yeah, Middle Ages. And that's enough for me. I had to ask the history nerd who's here. If you have committed no sin, then why do they hunt you so fervently? I am accused of being a witch. Master, please wake up. Return to me. Have you come to, Master? Hee. I apologize for sending you through the door without warning. It must have given you quite the scare. But I beg your forgiveness. I heard a terrible screaming from down the stairs and I panicked. You say you saw the white-haired girl? I see, so you made it into the world beyond the door before me. I am deeply relieved I was able to take your hand before losing sight of you. I presume you have already grown familiar with the atmosphere of this time period, Master? If you have seen her, as you said, then you should have a good basic grasp of the situation. She was a very misfortunate girl in this era, accused of being a witch, abused and persecuted. Her life was in constant danger. It was, again, her appearance that brought this upon her. That snow-white hair and those ruby-red eyes clearly differentiated her from everyone else. Oh, and I apologize. I neglected to mention that this door is unique. As for what sets it apart, that will be made clear as we proceed. The one difference is in the time period. The tales I have shown you began with that of the beautiful flaxen-haired family, followed by the tale of the bloodthirsty beast, and then the tale of steel and ambition, proceeding in chronological order. However, the door we have just entered takes us to the period now known as the Middle Ages, long, long before the other three tales. Yes, that is correct. This is where it all began. The mansion's curse, the truth of the witch, and your identity. All of this should be made known. If, after this tale, you are still unable to reclaim your old self, then there is nothing more I can do. This door contains the last tale I am able to tell you. So I ask of you, Please do not let go of my hand until it is all over. Now then, let us begin a beautiful, tragic love story of two solitary souls trapped in a mansion of darkness. In that era, the mansion was a dungeon draped in darkness. After a great deal of time on the run, the white-haired girl found herself at a remote mansion that stood in a dark, overgrown forest. All the windows were either boarded or shuttered, and it was even darker inside the house than out. Not even a ray of moonlight could enter those walls. Oop. That was a fun little, I didn't know when to quite spring this, but, there's some fun, text in the backlogs now, for this chapter. You're kind of falling asleep? Well, that's quite alright. Let me see about the backlog. Let's see, how much of the time, okay. I'm trying to find all of it. You can try to remember the past, but it's an absolute, utter waste of time. Erase everything, all your sorrows. Wipe them away for a fistful of happiness. Allow me to show you that you have no need of the past. So, this is interesting. But that is quite alright, Jess. I hope you have a nice sleep. And I hope you have eaten something. A little bit more than a lollipop. But if not, I hope you are doing fine with what you have. And I hope you get some good sleep. My lifeblood was your sustenance, your prosperity. Upon my blood did you build your lives, a sin so great it shall never be forgiven. And by my blood were your lives vanquished. This is the power granted unto me by God. My blood shall become a curse, blotting out the stars. I am the witch Morgana. Now let us begin a tale, the beautiful finale to this world. This will make sense, eventually. You, having been trapped in perpetual darkness, found light in the same house where I withered away. That light was bestowed upon you by a certain woman, was it not? Leave everything to me, my dear. I promise I shall make this into a most beautiful tale. Yes, I am giving you special treatment, a rare act of kindness from me, of warmth. You do not wish her to know the truth, and I can make better use of her like this. So it is to both of our benefits to rewrite the woman you loved. So, I'll keep reading that as it pops up. I'll check in every now and then. But I'm not going to speculate on that for now. But just keep that in mind. Keep those fun little passages in mind. Only naturally, the white-haired girl had assumed that nobody lived there. But her guess was incorrect. Someone did, indeed, dwell in the house. It was a young man named Mikkel? Mikkel. I think it's Mikkel? Mikkel, not Miguel. Is it Mikkel? Is that how you pronounce that? Or is it Michael? Is that just Michael? M-I-C-H-E-L? Do you know? I don't think so. I don't know. Anyways. But yeah, I apologize we're not playing something more action-packed. But ocean facts. I don't know any ocean facts, I apologize. I apologize, captions. But I do hope you enjoy your rest, Jess. Though she could not make out the details of his face in the candlelight, she thought him a very handsome man. However, he proclaimed to her that a witch resided in the mansion, and that he too was cursed. Everyone who got close to him, lost their lives. Do you think what he told her was all nonsense? A lie devised to chase her out of the house? The truth of the matter shall come to light in time. Despite Mikkel's assertions, the white-haired girl decided she would take up residence within the mansion. This era's white-haired girl was younger than the others. She was still in her early teens, young enough to be seen as still a child. But she was neither as self-centered nor irresponsible as you might expect of someone her age. She was very delicate and reserved, and acted with a great deal of modesty and restraint. Wait, is she younger? Is she younger than the white-haired girl from the flaxen-haired time? That doesn't make sense. The accusations of her being a criminal and a sinner were grossly inappropriate. Nevertheless, she was still chased from her home, barely managing to flee to this mansion with her life. Now, the white-haired girl thought it would be rude to simply take up space in the mansion, so she chased down the master, Mikkel, and asked, is there anything I can do to help? I will clean or cook or do anything, just let me know. I want to repay you for allowing me to stay here. You need not feel indebted to me. The weight of that obligation will only turn into disdain. But I can't just stay here and do nothing. Do whatever you like, as long as you do not enter my room. That is all I ask of you. He said emotionlessly, turning away and walking off. I'm thinking I actually want to go really long today. Because, anyways, I'm not going to get there, but I think I want to go really long with Fata Morgana today. I hope that's quite alright. That is also part of why I am glad I started so early. For me, anyways. Mikkel was not, I believe, spurning her. He was merely disinterested. He did not treat her disrespectfully, nor did he seem averse to her presence. Words simply did not seem to affect him at all. Not only was the mansion a prison for his body was also a prison ensnaring his heart. I should still do whatever I can. She did not let that get her down. Hey Maggie, do you mind filling up my water? Thanks. I won't go any further until you're back. So I'm gonna stretch. No, I gotta stretch. I gotta stand up. Everybody should do so. Stretch and move. Move your body free. Move and groove to a funky beat. Funky beat. Nothing like a funky beat. Anyways. Thank you kindly, good sister. Oh, is your internet better? Cool. Have fun. I have to charge my phone. I spilled nerds onto my bed, and they are still falling onto the floor weeks later. It is suffering. In fact, she might have even interpreted his disinterest as kindness. Though he was a bit standoffish, he did not attempt to cause her harm. Yeah. And we'll see. We'll see how many people are around when we get to the part where I want to might want to continue. Because I do enjoy having, you know, I enjoy people watching the VODs, but I also do enjoy having those here. Though he was a bit standoffish, he did not attempt to cause her harm. He was nothing like the people who had accused her of being a witch and forced her to flee for her life. She was deeply grateful for that.
You have nerds?
I did. I spilled them on the floor in my bed.
You have unspilled nerds? Because I want to steal them.
Nope.
Fuck.
Too bad. She was deeply grateful for that.
Have you seen a remote control?
Thus began their quiet life together. Mikkel, who avoided contact with others, and the white-haired girl, who had taken a great deal of abuse from others. Two people who knew hardly anything about one another, who were too distant to really be said living together. Really be said to be living together. There we go. Mikkel spent most of his day in his chambers, so they hardly ever saw each other. So they only ever saw each other occasionally, and they hardly ever spoke. Hey Mama, I'm going to close the door, but you can feel free to drop by whenever. So I just want to let you know that. Feel free to drop by whenever. I know you said you wanted to watch me or something at some point.
Now's a good time.
Yeah, sure. Though they stayed in the same house, they both still lived solitary lives. Nonetheless, the white-haired girl wanted to get to know Mikkel better. I don't know how to pronounce this name. Michael? I don't think it's Michelle. And there's a reason for that, but I won't say it. I think it's Mikkel. I'm gonna keep to that. Kev, you have an idea how it's pronounced? Also, hello, Milkshake. How you doing, little man? Oh, you just came in here to see if I dropped anything on the floor? Yep, little stinker. What a stinker. She wanted to know why he called himself cursed. Why he lived alone in this dark mansion. How many days, how many years he had spent here in solitude. And while she waited for the opportunity, she also started doing things around the house. The first project she set out to do was take care of the cleaning. As the windows were all firmly shut, her only source of light was candles. For whatever reason, there was a great deal of candles stored in the cellar. She wondered where on earth he had acquired so many, but she never found the opportunity to ask him. A boy visits Bath and Body Works. My boy is addicted to candles. It was difficult to even see all the dust and cobwebs with only candlelight. Considering the poor airflow throughout the house, she was afraid her efforts were going to be in vain. Still, she persisted, sweeping and wiping things down, one room at a time. Eventually, she made her way to the library. The dust that had settled there was much heavier than in any other room, which each breath she had to fight back coughs. Let's see if we've missed anything from our fun, red-worded friend. Nope, nothing new there. It was not a room one would normally be comfortable spending much time in, but the sight of so many bulky volumes lining the shelves sent her heart aflutter with delight. They're books. Incredible. Real books. The white-haired girl had never seen a book before. She had heard people describe them, but that was the first time she had ever seen one for herself. Parchment was a very valuable commodity in that era. It was something monks or scholarly priests made use of, and not a material one could easily acquire without some degree of social rank. books were not printed with machines, but copied by hand. A single volume took an incredible amount of work to create. Even the process of binding was an art. Yeah, Jesus' famous lines. I'm trying to find a... Yeah. My blood shall become a curse. Yeah, just like Jesus said. Blotting out the stars. Standing before a shelf, she stared intently at the spines. There's so much dust. Does he not read any of them? Just a peek. Just a tiny little peek, she said, making excuses to the empty room as she reached her hand toward one of the books. The tome that caught her eye was on the upper shelf. It bore gorgeous jade embossing and looked like it belonged in a treasure chest. Almost. Though she tended to act older than her age, the white-haired girl was still in her early teens and not especially tall. Oh, so she is baby. She is itty-bitty. Even standing tiptoe, it was still just barely within reach. At long last, her slender fingers made contact with the spine. And then she ripped his spine out. Get over here! Fatality! Anyways, that was terrible. And as she began to pull the book toward her, the library had sat abandoned for some time, causing the covers to stick together. So when she attempted to pull one out, several others tilted with it. And then... almost all the books on the shelf came avalanching down onto her. Ow! The white-haired girl groaned, buried under a mountain of parchment. She hoped she had not damaged any of her host's valuable collection, for the mess was enough of a setback already in her attempt to express her gratitude. Looking around, she saw one volume that was almost torn in half. She did not know whether it was in that condition before, or if it had happened in the fall. But nonetheless, she felt horribly guilty. Sitting there, unable to get back to her feet, tears began welling in her eyes. Then, suddenly, a shadow fell over the dejected girl, took a book in its hand and returned it to the shelf. For a brief moment, the shadow's hand reached hesitantly toward the white-haired girl, then changed course toward another book. It was Mikkel. There was a hint of perplexity in his otherwise emotionless eyes. Perhaps he had heard the noise and come to see what had caused it. I'm sorry, your books, What were you doing? I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to make a mess. Fuck. I didn't mean to damage such precious books. There's no need to panic. I'm sorry. You make it as though I'm admonishing you. What? Did you want to read a book? I do, but that's not why I originally came here to clean. Clean? Yes, I felt guilty simply being idle. I did say you could do as you pleased, but you have no responsibility to clean anything. I just ended up making a bigger mess anyways. I'm sorry. You needn't apologize. Okay. If you want to read, help yourself to any of the books. But I don't know how to read. I just thought the cover was pretty, so I wanted to take hold of it. We finally found out the white-haired girl's name. She's Jared, 19. She never learned how to fucking read. You're free to use them however you wish. If looking them is enough for you, then by all means. These are all your books, aren't they? They are. That's incredible. You have so many. Must have taken you a long time to acquire them all. One per month. What? My family sends me one every month. Every month? The white-haired girl turned her gaze back toward the shelves, squinting her eyes and beginning to count. When she finished, she was in awe. There were in excess of 100 books on the shelves, which meant he had lived there in solitude for many years. She was at a loss for words. They're dull tomes, dreadfully inoffensive, and not even interesting enough to waste a few hours with. Decoration is all they're good for. I see. If you can put them to some use, then perhaps my having them won't be entirely meaningless anymore. I am going to return to my room. Don't feel obligated to clean up. Just a minute. Was there something else? Could you tell me your name? I just realized I never asked for your name. Not knowing what to call you will make conversation awkward. You don't need my name to. I want to, though. Mikkel. Mikkel. Like the Archangel. Okay, so it is pronounced like Michael? The name suits you quite well. It suits me. It does, although it's difficult to see you in the dark. You seem to be a very handsome man, befitting of your name. I beg to differ. Giving me his name is the highest form of mockery. I expect the real Archangel is probably rather annoyed by it. I don't know. I think it's a wonderful name. And you're... No, never mind. Oh, my name? My name is Giselle. Please, call me Giselle. Oh, thank goodness. For what? That I was able to get your name and talk to you for a little bit. We haven't seen much of each other since I first arrived, so I'm glad I got to hear your voice. So very glad. You gain nothing by speaking to me. You have no responsibility to do so, and there's no need for you to feel joy about it. I'm not pleased out of some sense of responsibility or necessity. It's just depressing, not being able to have a conversation with someone living in the same house. You do not understand me at all. As I said on that first day, my curse will one day kill you. But I'm still alive, aren't I? You're welcome to believe I am lying, or that I am merely out of my mind. But it will be too late when you realize the truth. I'll be fine, I'm sure. If I do die because of your curse, promise I won't hold a grudge. Could you possibly be keeping away from me? Out of concern? No, I simply have no interest in interacting with anyone. I would like to interact with you. If you don't mind, that is. As I told you, you have nothing to gain from that. I have nothing, not even words, to give you. My body is but a shell, even if I were not cursed. My presence would do naught but cause you discomfort. I don't think that's true. I don't believe that there's anyone in this world with absolutely nothing. There's plenty inside you. You simply haven't noticed it yet. And not all of it will only cause others pain either. If you truly believe those words, then you are a foolhardy girl. How can you trust someone you only just met? For that matter, how do you not resent everyone? Resent them? can take a guess as to why people call you a witch, why you had to flee all this way to the mansion. Your white hair and red eyes, that abnormal, seemingly inhuman appearance, drew their condemnation. And I can think of any number of reasons they might have started treating you less than human. Perhaps people around you experienced misfortune. Perhaps there was a natural disaster, a famine, or plague. Some kind of external phenomenon. And you were their scapegoat. Yes, you are, by and large, correct. Then, that would make me as unworthy of your trust as anyone else. I make no claim to having your interests in mind. Goodbye. If you don't mind, could you teach me how to read sometime? Did you listen to anything I said? I listened, yes. I have no intention of idolizing you. I don't expect you to do anything for me, and I don't wish to burden you in any way. I simply wish to be allowed to be at your side. It does not matter to me what kind of person you may be. That is all I want. I apologize for keeping you. Please consider it, if it's not too much trouble. It's the master of the house, Michael, made his way out of the library. He appeared to be slightly rattled. Perhaps the white-haired girl's determination had ignited something within his chained heart. Or perhaps it was something else. She stared toward the darkness into which Michael had disappeared. Then she carefully wrapped her arms around the jade-embossed tome, a soft smile spreading across her lips. He's a decent man, I'm sure of it. We're alike, he and I. And thus began to blossom within her a faint sense of fellowship, as someone who also knew solitude. That was terrible. I apologize. Hello, Milkshake. You got your vest off. You're the cutest. I want to pick you up. You're wet. Are you wet? Did you go outside, I'm assuming? Oh, but you are just so cute. You're wet on your tummy. Do you want to say hi to the stream? Go boof. Bark bark. Ah woo. Very cute. Okay. He does not. That is quite alright. He does exist. I am holding him right here, and he is not a fan of it. I apologize. Alright, I'll let you go. Jeez. Let you go. Chill, little man. So silly. Such a silly little guy. D-Type is playing Warhammer. At least didn't call him Daddy again. Yep, you heard his grumbling. He's a grumbly little baby. It had been about a week since the white-haired girl had taken up residence in the mansion. Staying in that house deprived of light was, I imagine, a very claustrophobic experience. To anyone blessed enough to have sunlight as a part of their everyday lives, it would have been unbearable. But for her, the mansion, with its prison walls and lack of either illumination or recreation, was the one place she could find a respite. Oh, he do grumble. He do be a grumbly baby. She and Michael continued to be distant, however. He spent most of his time in his chambers, which he had explicitly told the white-haired girl to stay out of, leaving her unable to close that gap. Nonetheless, on the occasions they did cross paths in the hallway, their eyes would meet, if but briefly. It was never for more than a few seconds. Whenever she saw him, she made a point of giving him a little smile. He never said anything, but still, when she had first arrived, he would not even have met her gaze. He seemed to be taking more and more notice of her. One day, the white-haired girl stood in the cellar, a frown on her face. Well, this is troubling. I can't go down to the village, but if we don't do something soon... The cellar was where their food was stored, an assortment of non-perishables and dried foods, smoked meats and cheeses. Fuck yeah, cheese! Her daily meals were taken from the supplies there. However, the stockpile was beginning to grow quite small. Were she not on the run, she could have simply gone to the village to procure more. Or perhaps, were she a little tougher, she could have captured a wild animal for its meat. God damn it, D-type. But master, you know, a young delicate thing like her was hardly up to the task of hunting for food. How does he normally get his supplies, I wonder? From there, other questions about Michael started rising in her mind. No matter how lifeless he seemed, surely he still had to eat, right? The white-haired girl nodded, then made her way out of the cellar, intending to head for his bedchamber. But on her way there, she spotted him standing by the entrance, staring motionlessly at the door, lit by a single candle. He appeared to be waiting for something. May I ask you a question? Go on. I was just down in the cellar, and I noticed we were running low on food. Girl, you're lucky this isn't like 700 years later, because that cellar, 600 years. About. That cellar is going to be real nasty in a couple centuries. I'm telling you, it's going to be real gross. Lots of, not stuff you want to eat. Anyways, do you normally go down to the village to restock? I haven't been outside in 10 years. Ah, he's a shut-in too. I can't really say I'm a shut-in, but I don't go out. I go out decently often, actually. Just with friends, usually. But I mean, this explains everything about him. I mean, come on. He's a shut-in, and that explains why he's such a freaking... why he's so mysterious. He thinks it's cool because he's never talked to anyone, and he hasn't talked to anyone in 10 years. Oof. Yeah, I mean, we do still live in a pandemic, so you know it's also not the worst thing to not go out all the time. Then how do you... What if I told you I don't eat? What? That I am not of this world, and as such, I have no need of sustenance. What would you think of that? That sounds very, economical? If you can survive without having to eat, that's one less thing to worry about. If it were possible, I'd like to have that ability too. Yeah, great answer. Jess is pretending like they have that ability. Jess needs to stop pretending they have that ability. Though I do it from time to time as well, I will admit. I also need to pee again. I apologize. I will be back right quick. Damn, being hydrated makes you piss. It would be economical if I did not need to piss as well. If I did not need to pee. I could spend all my time streaming then. It would seem trying to frighten you is a waste of time. Was I supposed to be afraid? Never mind. It doesn't matter. You asked about the food in the cellar. It's getting to be about that time. Wait, and you will find out. What do you... It's here. Oh? If you want to know where my supplies come from, open the door. But, I'm in hiding. There's no one at the door anymore. The knock is nothing more than a signal. A signal? The white-haired girl turned toward Michael to press him for more information, but he averted his gaze. Also, thank you, Kev. I'm glad to be back, as always. Find the answer yourself, he seemed to be saying. She took several moments to gather her will, then marched over to the door. Dun dun dun. It's so bright. The sunlight, she had not seen in some time, was so bright it seemed to burn her eyes. Although the sun itself had not gotten any brighter, she had simply spent so much time in the dark, her eyes were no longer accustomed to that much light. We're used to that, ain't you right? Ain't it right, gamers? We know how that feels, gamers. Game all night. You know how it is? Anyways, I don't know what that voice was. That was terrible. The color of her eyes made them quite sensitive to light already, so when she stepped outside, her whole world went bone white. The white-haired girl stood motionless for 10, perhaps 15 seconds, and when her eyes had finally adjusted to the light... What's this? She noticed a crate on the ground at her feet. She turned her head back to ask Michael about the box, but the mansion was so dark it appeared to be wholly severed from the outside world. From where she stood, she was unable to distinguish Michael from the shadows. A pang of nervousness struck her. She wanted to return to that darkness as quickly as possible. The white-haired girl had come to yearn for that world without light more than the one with. The crate was fairly hefty. The slightly built girl had considerable difficulty bringing it into the house. But eventually, she did manage to drag it through the front door. And then, everything went dark once more, except for the faint flicker of candlelight floating in the air. You can leave it there. I'll take care of the rest. What's... Without a word, Michael approached her in the box, withdrawing a knife he had evidently kept hidden somewhere on his person. With it, he cut through the rope that bound the box. Go on, open it up. Let's check if we have any more, extra... Wow. So this is why I like to check it from time to time, because you can just miss the extra little bit. Because, that log only goes for so long. Go on, open it up. At his insistence, she placed her hand upon the lid. She had no idea what lay inside this unexpected delivery. whoever had brought it was already long gone. Staring at the strange box, she was racked with nervousness. However, what she found when she pushed aside the lid was completely ordinary food. Is something amusing? It was just rather anticlimactic. Here I was, worried about what might be inside. We were just talking about the supplies in the cellar. So, we were. Completely slipped my mind. This should last us for some time. It's all preserved, just what's like in the cellar. But I don't understand. Who would deliver all this to you? There should be a book in there as well. But what? Oh, there it is. In the library, he said that his family sends him one book a month. Does that mean this box came from them? If so, then why did the person who delivered this leave without speaking to him? What happened between him and his family? Is he here because they want him here? Or because he chose to be here? Take the book to the library, please. I'll bring the rest of the supplies to the cellar. But it's a big box. I'm sure you could use some help carrying it. That won't be necessary. Take the book and go. But... Fine, then stay here. I'll take care of everything. Wait, hold on, please. What is it? You don't have to answer this if you don't want to. And, I'm not trying to pry, but I can't help but be curious. Say what you have to say, please. I was wondering if you could tell me why you live here in this mansion. Why did whoever delivered this box leave before you even opened the door? Could you perhaps be imprisoned here? Told you from the very first day, I am cursed. It's only natural for a cursed man to live in a cursed house. The crooked little, what was the rhyme from, well, I know it's a rhyme, it's a poem first, but then they used it in the game, The Crooked Man, which is good. It's a good game. I haven't played I've played most of that series. I don't think I finished the last one. But yeah, the Crooked Man, I think it's just called the Crooked Man series. Or I think it might just be called the Man series, which is weird because every game is, there's the Crooked Man, there's the Sandman, there's... I don't remember what the third one is. It might be the Boogeyman? I think it's the Boogeyman. Or maybe that's the fourth one. I can't remember. But that's a good series. Maybe I'll replay it on stream sometime. It's, I like the, my favorite game from that creator is Mermaid Swamp, actually. Rather than any of the Man series. But they're still good. A little too dependent on jump scares, but hey. Yes, but that's such a vague answer. I don't understand why you're in the situation you are. I don't know how you feel about it. There's so much I don't know. And I'm not even sure if your curse actually exists. I see. That is a perfectly reasonable doubt from your point of view. Having been branded a witch because of your appearance, it would make sense that you would think my curse might be fabricated, or perhaps a metaphor for something else. Alright then, come with me. What? I'll show you my curse. As he turned on his heels, the white-haired girl caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a smirk on his face, like the whole thing was some kind of sick joke. That smile, carved into his mask, was far colder than any look of annoyance or rejection. But despite the twinge of nervousness, she still followed after Michael. Whoa! Wait. I'm gonna go grab a coffee thing. Oh, wait. Maggie, you listening? Can you grab me a energy drink? I think it's delayed, so it'll be a little while, but that's fine. Okay, thank you. That'll be my third one today, but I should be fine. I've peed it all out. Anyways. As much as he might have stood out in a crowd with such height and long hair, his presence was almost entirely eroded away by the darkness. Might brew some tea? Hell yeah. Cold, stop. Attacker. Why would you do that to me? She put it on my head. My head! My head! I should drink this slowly. Okay. Oh. Hi, D-Type. I wonder what D-Type is playing. She felt that he could simply fade away into nothingness at any moment. He do be kind of a twink. He kind of could just fade. A stiff breeze could blow him away. And again, that probably happens when you're stuck in a house for 10 years. Many things are buried here. Mice, insects, wild cats, and dogs. Have you ever thought it strange how little life there seemed to be around this mansion? You're right. I haven't seen a single creature since I arrived. The only sound you can hear is the wind blowing. Now that you mention it, it did seem peculiar. They were all killed by me. Or rather, they lost their lives because of me. But don't, you know, if you need to rest, if you need to, do not stay up on my behalf, please. You have your answer now. A butterfly fluttered its way into the ruined garden, dancing up and down through the air. Michael held out its finger before himself, and the butterfly, mistaking it for a branch, drifted down upon it to rest its wings. Had the scene stopped there, it would have been a picturesque moment. All that comes in contact with me loses its life. My skin, the breath I exhale, my flesh and blood, is poison to all life. But the butterfly's movements began to slow. It spread its wings in one last, futile attempt to fight gravity. And then, without warning, it shriveled up into a dry husk. It's dead. All dried up and lifeless. Like it's been dead for days. It's like his finger drained all the life out of it. Is this his curse? Is that even possible? But I saw it with my own eyes. If this is his curse, though, it explains much. There are more than just insect and animal corpses buried here, too. Servants who came to visit me long ago are here, beneath the ground, under our very feet. That's why the servant leaves before I open the door. God damn it, D-Type. Should he touch me, should he get near me, his very life is in danger. No one is interested enough in seeing me to take that risk. No one will have anything to do with me. Nary a soul even wishes to see my face. Now you understand what I meant when I said I would eventually kill you. So that's why you have never once touched me. When I knocked the books down in the library, you didn't offer your hand to help me up. And only one of us ever made contact with the box at the entrance at a time. I offered to help you carry it. You refused. Because you didn't want your finger to accidentally brush against mine. My actions were not out of concern for you. I simply dislike people. Others' interests mean nothing to me. What an odd face you're making. Do you not believe my curse is real? No, I do. It is certainly irrational, inexplicable, unbelievable. But you've shown me more than enough evidence. And I don't believe you're lying to me right now either. In which case, you now understand how dangerous it is to be near me. You said that if you left, you would be killed. But it's been some time since then. If you're careful to cover your tracks, you could make your escape. You do not belong here. He was telling the truth about being cursed. What a cruel burden to have to bear. I can't imagine just how much he's given up on. How many lives he's inadvertently taken. And how he must have felt every time it happened. How much pain that loneliness must have given him. How much despair he must carry in his heart. How much sorrow must be weighing down on him. So, no. I will not leave. I will stay here with you. Leave this place. No, I will not. Why? Why do you insist upon remaining in this house after learning what I can do? You have no reason to stay. Tell me then, why do you try to drive me out? If you don't care for others, as you say, if you're not concerned about anyone else, then what does it matter what I do? What does it matter if I die to your curse? You're a very kind-hearted man. You've been watching out for me since the day I arrived, doing whatever you can to not inadvertently kill me, to not afflict me with your curse. No. Here's what I think. No one capable of showing genuine care for others can honestly, truly dislike all people. They can't possibly be indifferent. No, That day we met before the stained glass window, you heard me out. You listened to my plight. You didn't try to chase me out. That day I thought you to be a good person. I still believe that. I simply assumed you would leave on your own when it was safe. I never thought you would be so foolish as to want to stay in a house like this with a man like me. How does that make me foolish? Do you not value your life? Are you not afraid of death? Do you not find me unpleasant? The thing I fear most is loneliness. You're probably right that, by now, I could safely sneak away, get myself somewhere far away. But even if I did, I would inevitably find myself in the same situation. The only way I can avoid that fate is to stay away from everyone, to live in solitude, with no one else to talk to. I know you understand how that feels. It terrifies me. I'm afraid of having to spend day after day with no one to talk to, no one to share my experiences, my thoughts, my feelings with. If that's what awaits me out there, then I want to live with you. I want you to be an essential part of my life. You are my dad. You're my dad. Boogie woogie woogie. I guess older brother, kinda. I don't know. I will not and cannot accept it as a romantic relationship. They have said she is in her early teens, and Michael appears older than that. By quite a bit. I would guess probably early 20s. But that is just a guess. Impossible. Please, don't chase me out. You are a cruel girl. Never again will I allow myself to get close to someone, only to watch them die. Never again. My mother was the first to die. Happened shortly after my birth. Next was my wet nurse. 2 deaths could be considered a coincidence, but as the number rose, it became clear that I was cursed, and I was forbidden from making contact with anyone, even at home. Regardless, being in the same house, accidents will happen. Numerous people lost their lives. Attendants unfamiliar with me, or those who simply brushed up against me by mistake. I couldn't take it any longer. So you chose to move here, to this remote mansion, to keep yourself away from your family. You weren't imprisoned here. You elected to live alone, so you wouldn't hurt anyone. For better or for worse, I was born into a noble home. So rather than abandon me, they provided me the means to live out of sight. I will be very careful. I will do everything I can to ensure no accidents occur, to keep you from being alone again. I will not, for any reason, touch you. You have my promise. Your curse takes the life of anything you touch. I've been here for a while and death has not befallen me yet. As long as I do not touch you, there shouldn't be a problem. Also, and, I apologize if this is simply me reading too much into things, but I feel like we're 2 of a kind. I fear being utterly alone more than anything, and I think you understand just how scary that is. So, why are you so stubbornly insistent on it being me? I'm sure there's someone else out there. Someone you're meant to be with. You may not have found them yet, but I believe someone like you eventually will. Because unlike me, you still have the vigor to press forward. Has to be you. I'm certain of it. Why? Because, well, you can't tell me? No, I can, just, please don't get upset with me. I think... No, don't you do it. No, as a friend. As like a parental bond, like a brother, right? Anyways, let's not worry about it too much, I guess. This is set in the 1100s, so not quite the same morals back then. Bless you. I might really, really love you. Ooh, I almost forgot to check back in on our red friend. Red text friend. I know. Nope. Okay. His was a power that invoked images of witches or demons, the unclean and the impure. Impure, not NPR. Oh my god. Captions, you are... We're off the rails today. A mere touch was all it took for him to strip man and beast alike of its life. God has quite a cruel streak to bestow such a power upon such a beautiful young man. And a strange power it was indeed, like something out of a fairy tale. Like something confined to words upon the page. It seemed otherworldly, unbelievable. Nonetheless, as he had demonstrated to the white-haired girl, his peculiar powers were indeed real. That said, the world has its fair share of oddities. It just so happens that these curiosities tend to remain hidden away, known only to a few. Although you have laid eyes upon a number of unusual phenomena yourself, Master, the doors to the past through which we have passed, this very mansion, and as a matter of fact, the two of us. Now, as you just saw, the white-haired girl found herself enraptured with this man and his accursed power. How do you think Michael acted in response to her proclamation? He had spent so long refusing to interact with others, unable to interact with them, and as such, he was unsure how to respond. After standing there expressionless for a few moments, he muttered, "I'll consider it." And with that, he returned to his chambers. While he was not someone who wore his heart on his sleeve, I personally do not believe he was completely devoid of emotion. He had simply forgotten how to express them in his extended solitude. So I think he was, in that moment, in a state of complete panic. She had, after all, just assaulted him with a stream of incomprehensible declarations. That, knowing the truth, she still wished to remain within the mansion. And that, knowing the truth, she loved him. The love she has declared for Michael was not a fleeting puppy love. There was genuine tenderness and warmth through her words. But he had gone through his life shunned, feared, pushed away. To him, that was normal. He had never given anyone reason to have any fondness for him. So he found himself utterly unsure how to take the affection she was showing. Of course, he was not the only one rattled by the whole affair. Oh dear. Several days had passed since Michael had asked for time to think. He had still yet to show himself again. This is all my fault. The white-haired girl paced anxiously through the halls on the off chance she might run into him. As per his request, though, she kept her distance from his chambers. Nevertheless, she was beginning to worry about the fact that he had secluded himself away for so long. So she worked up the courage and made her way to his room.
Well,
What if he doesn't want to see me ever again? What if he's gay? I didn't consider I might be overstepping my boundaries before opening my mouth. Every step she took was slow and laborious, her mind erased with worry and doubt. I should at least tell him I'm sorry. Rather than out of a desire to know how he felt, she was compelled by guilt and a desire to apologize. After walking for some time, she arrived at a door sitting in an utterly unlit hallway. She drew in a breath of musty air, then letting it out, repeating the process several times. Next, she reached her hand up to knock on the door, and pulled it back, also doing this a number of times. Oh, how adorable she was. I wanted nothing more than to give her a little nudge. After all, she was too sweet a girl for her worries to be anything but misplaced. I just can't find the courage. Maybe I should come back another day. But what's the point of waiting? I need to apologize and get the weight off his back now. She gathered her courage once more, this time determined she would do it. The white-haired girl moved her small fist toward the door, which then swung open. I'm sorry. Please, you must announce your presence. I almost walked right into you. Are you in that much of a hurry for a mishap? I'm sorry. And I believe I told you to stay away from my chambers. You did, so I spent a long time debating whether I would. I decided I really wanted to tell you this. Oh, well, actually, I am truly sorry. What? The other day, I could barely manage to get the words in my head all the way to my mouth. There was no room in my mind for anything else. I shoved my own thoughts and feelings into your face, not considering that might not be what you wanted. Just running non-stop, not thinking at all. Same girl. That is so me. No brain cell. No head empty. Head empty. No brain. No brain cell. I was terribly disrespectful to you. Completely selfish. You're a kind-hearted man. I truly believe that. But you were only being courteous because you're a nice man. I'm sure you have little interest in the affections of a queer little girl. Good for her. Look, Cake. There's the gay you wanted. It's so... I would love it if I could stay here. It would be a wonderful blessing. But if you really don't want me here, if my feelings are imposing upon you, then I apologize. I'm sorry, and I'll take my leave of this house. I'm sorry. Don't be. My mind went blank for a second. What? I find it difficult to comprehend you. The other day you were firm in your intentions to stay, and now you say you'll leave without a struggle. You holed up in your room for so long that I thought, you didn't want me around. To be honest, I want to stay here. I do. I think you should do whatever pleases you. Huh? You can stay, or you can leave. I will not pressure you to do one or the other. So, I'm not imposing? To tell you the truth, I had to think about that for some time. However, I have now come to something of a solution. Since you're here, come into my room. What? But I thought I wasn't allowed to. To prevent what almost happened a few minutes ago, so we don't accidentally run into each other. Sorry. You're forgiven. Now come in. Okay. Is this a necklace? If that's what it looks like to you, then I suppose that means I succeeded. Pick it up. Ah, it has a little bell. He literally put a cat collar on her. He's like, I don't want to. I want to hear you coming. So here, put on this little bell. You are a cat. Cat girl. You are like a stray cat that has walked into my house. Put on this collar so you do not accidentally die. It's adorable. Please make an effort to wear that while you're in the house. Because it's so dark, there will always exist the risk that we might accidentally bump into one another. So I tried to come up with a way to reduce that risk. Does that mean you didn't leave your room because you were working on this? That's right. What other reason would I have? I think most people would assume it was because they had put you in a bad mood, or that you didn't want to see them. I have little sense of how most people see the world. Me too, bitch. Headcanon, autistic. Applied. Autism activated. Sorry. I appreciate it though. I'm really glad to know that you put so much thought into a life together with me. It would be difficult not to, after the other day. I'm so happy right now. I can't think of any better word to describe it. I couldn't be happier. You're being dramatic. Let's make sure we don't miss any of our... Nope. To tell you the truth, I feel a little bad about it. Why? It seems rather impertinent to affix a bell to someone. You're not livestock, you're a person. That's why you turned it into a necklace? Thank you very much. I'll keep it on me at all times. I really, truly appreciate it, Lord Michael. Don't call me Lord, please. Alright then, I'll just call you Michael. And will you please call me Giselle? The windows. What? If we could open the windows. Never mind. I was just thinking you wouldn't need the bell at all if we could get some light in here. They can't be opened? They're rusted shut. All the windows have been shuttered for as long as I've been here. I assumed you had boarded them all up. That was done long before I ever arrived. After so many years here, though, I hardly consider it an inconvenience anymore. It also serves to repel wanderers. Oh, really? Is there something odd about that? No. It's just... I realized I had the wrong impression about a number of things. As I learn more, I see things in a different light. See you in a different light. And I'm sure there's still plenty more for me to learn. Of all the people I have ever met, you are perhaps the most difficult to predict. Not only do you have no aversion to the darkness, you... The dark has always been a close friend of mine. Which isn't to say I dislike the sun. Its light can simply be a bit too strong for me. I'm like some kind of unholy monster that can't be exposed to sunlight. You are anything but unholy. My name would suit you. Much better than me. Oh, I think that means we might have had a visit. Oh. Ooh, I don't like these noises. What a beautiful story. Much better than the real thing, is it not, my dear? Oh, a lot of these words are, crossed out, and I don't like this noise. Oy, oy, oy. That day, when I first saw Giselle, I was wary of her, apprehensive. I didn't want her anywhere near me. But, as my doubts about her faded, yeah, it's not a good... I began feeling something very different, as though the lump in my heart had been melted away. And his heart grew 3 sizes that day. I began to yearn for her to be at my side, knowing full well it couldn't possibly last, knowing full well how foolish it was. I found myself captivated by her, found myself wishing to have her stay with me. Okay, can we move past these noises? Not a fan of those. Not a fan, I gotta say. Yeah, sorry, Kev. Those noises are very not ASMR friendly. And that began the true beginning. That marked the true beginning. Let me see if there's anything else. Of their quiet days together in the dark mansion. They acknowledged and accepted each other's presence, no longer isolating themselves, but actively, regularly conversing. Yeah, it's like anti-ASMR. It's like, I wish to become unnerved and... What's the word I'm looking for? Unsettled. Creepy sounds to creepy sounds to have nightmares too. No isolating themselves, but actively, regularly conversing. As mundane as it might seem, it was something they'd been unable to attain until then. Nevertheless, they were still somewhat fumbling around in the dark with one another, drawing closer and pushing away again. Michael, in his own ungraceful way, was beginning to open himself up to the things she said, and the white-haired girl was beginning to smile with greater frequency. They had taken to dining together, and her wish of learning to read was being granted. He taught her in the feeble light of a candle placed upon the table, the two sitting across from one another. Though Michael seemed to be well educated, he had not been instructed in the art of teaching, so he found the process quite grueling. But to the white-haired girl, the longer it took, the better. Her primary objective was, after all, to spend time with him. The days passed, and eventually she reached a point where her comprehension was adequate enough without assistance. Her next request was for them to read a book together. Have you read every book in the library? No, I stopped looking at them after a while. Most everything I'm sent is dull, uninformative dreck. The Diary of a Lord, foolish make-believe tales. Not fond of fiction, I take it? What value is there in the lies and fantasies of another? Oh, we're losing a lot of words here. Stories can be invigorating. Tales of adventure can take you to places you never could go. Legends of heroes, folklore, stories of otherworldly phenomena. They can be terrifying and they can be exhilarating. They may have not been real, but they give you a little glimpse into the author's heart. Let you feel like you're seeing the same thing they saw. You are a very empathetic girl. Fiction inspires nothing of the sort in me. However, perhaps long ago, it may have been able to. But I can no longer remember what it feels like. I'm sure it'll come back to you. You're not an empty man. Sorry, I'm making you uncomfortable again. How about we read this book today? It appears to be a collection of legends. You haven't read this one yet, then? That's good to hear. It'll be more enjoyable if it's a new experience for us both. Looks like it's a record of local legends. The book is divided into several sections, though it appears to be mostly superstitions. I am curious what stories this area has. Two of them were looking down at a simple, undecorated volume. As the white-haired girl had said, it seemed to be a collection of local legends passed down generation to generation. They sat across from one another at the table, her turning the pages, and Michael simply watching so as to not brush against her. Eventually, her eyes were drawn to a particular word on one of the pages, bringing her hands to a stop. The witch. That chapter detailed the story of a witch, or more precisely, said witch's curse. The story went something like this. There once was a witch, skilled in the dark arts. She lived a meager but peaceful life alongside the other villagers. But then a long, long drought struck the village, which the people blamed on the witch. The witch was sentenced to death, and as the fire blazed around her, smoke rose high into the air. The smoke soon became rain clouds, blessing the village with an end to the drought. Crops were revitalized, and the villagers fancied themselves heroes. However, the rain also brought madness upon the people. Though the earth below them was lush and fertile, the villagers were losing their minds, and they eventually began to take each other's lives. The witch still lived on, in the form of a curse. Many fell victim to the witch's curse. Though it did not only take, it also fulfilled people's desires. The villagers had gone mad, but their wish for freedom from the drought had been granted. Thus, the legend has been passed down as follows. The witch will grant your wish in exchange for great sacrifice. As smoke in the sky, she watches down upon us from above. To reach the witch, climb for the heavens. But no, that road is a road to destruction. People still believe the witch's legend even now, I suppose. And that's why I face accusations of being a witch. This is not an area very welcoming to outsiders, especially one who stands out as much as you. What brought you to this region in the first place? Mine is a story I'm sure you've heard before. I was cast out of my house. Come from a very poor family who could barely afford to keep everyone fed. Being as weak as I am, it was only natural that I would be the first to go. I see. What I don't understand, though, is why the witch is said to grant people's wishes. That is to say, she had a reason enough to hold a grudge, but not to give people things they asked for. All we have to go on is a few pages. There's no saying what might have been changed or added over time. It's almost certain the entire legend isn't written here. It said if we are to accept everything as written, can infer what the witch's reason might have been. And that is, if you truly want it that much, you can have it, but I'll make certain your suffering outweighs it. Or maybe, it's some Madoka Magica thing, where it's attempting to outlive entropy through the wishes of young girls, through their volatile emotions. Despair that comes after a moment of happiness is far more agonizing than despair alone. Gives off a lot of energy, according to one small creature that knows nothing of human morality. I presume that is why the witch decided to grant people's wishes. That is one way to look at it. May I ask you something? Go on. When I first arrived here, you told me that a cursed witch used to live in this mansion. After reading this legend, I'm now finding it hard to believe you made that up simply to scare me away. I appropriated the tale, nothing more. It is said the witch was born in this house. What? Quite the place my family found for me. But it was a clever decision putting me here, I think. I bet you got hell of a discount. Not many people are likely to come near a house with such a pedigree, and it drives down the property value. Sounds like some Scooby-Doo-ass, plan. Say it's haunted, so you drive down the property value. So you can buy it and find the treasure hidden within. That's like 90% of Scooby-Doo stuff. And then the 10% comes from the Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated, where there's actually a frickin' demon. Anyways. That one's wild. But... no, never mind. That makes sense. I suspect I know what she was going to say then. If the witch is said to grant wishes, then wouldn't that also attract people who so desperately want something? They do not care what price they must pay? Perhaps she was correct. Perhaps there had been those who had come to the mansion, chasing after the legend. Perhaps they had encountered Michael, touched him, and lost their lives. On that day in the garden, he had said, "Many things are buried here." Perhaps that included such visitors. I wonder, that story might be more than mere superstition. If the Witch of Legend really did exist, what would you do? Might be nice to talk to her, maybe. That's all? Really? I feel a little bad for her, though. The only people who ever visit her are there to ask for something, after all. I can only imagine just how lonely that must be. I swear, I cannot comprehend the way your mind works. Sorry. Although, if we assume the legend is true, I have an idea what climb for the heavens might mean. Oh? The mansion has an observation tower. Or, I suppose, what used to be an observation tower. At any rate, it is quite a tall structure. This is the house where the witch was supposedly born. A tower reaching for the heavens seems like the perfect place to find her, if she really is here. Oh yes, I remember seeing a rather tall structure as I first approached the mansion. Would you like to see it? Of course. Let me check to make sure we're not... Let's see if there's like any specific words that are getting cut out. It seems to be a lot about the white-haired girl's backstory, maybe? I don't know. It's just odd, yeah, look at... It's very odd, I don't know what exactly... Oh, yep, there's back there. Okay. Of course. Please lead the way. The two of them left the library and made their way to the room with the stained glass window. At the far end of that room were the stairs to the observation tower. The tale of the witch had piqued the white-haired girl's interest, inspiring her to put herself forward to satisfy that curiosity. She had, after all, been accused of being a witch herself, so she undoubtedly felt an affinity to the legend. What a sweet girl she was. Hey, that's what we just climbed. Before we entered this door. With Michael in the lead, the two climbed a long spiral staircase. There were many more stairs than the white-haired girl had anticipated, and she soon found herself short of breath. Rectangular windows were carved out of the stone in regular intervals. Peering through one of them, she could see a village in the distance. Pleasantly cool, high-altitude breeze brushed across her face. After much climbing, they finally arrived at the top, where a door made of partially rotted wood stood. Michael pulled open the door, revealing a small room with no windows or doors in sight. This is the top of the tower? Despite it being called an observation tower, you could hardly observe anything from here. Her face contorted in confusion, the white-haired girl threw her gaze about the room. Glancing up, she saw only a darkened ceiling, and yet, slightly below it, a single small window through which shone a little ray of light. The beam cleaved through the darkness like the sharpened blade of a beautiful sword. The darkness draped over the rest of the room only served to make more impressive that solitary ray of light. It had a magical, fairy tale quality to it. As if being pulled in by it, she drew toward the light. I suspect there was once a large window in this room. I might not do nausea tomorrow, because I have done quite a lot of talking. And I will, well, I won't do too much talking with Eve, I don't think. A lot of that's going to be solving the puzzles, so maybe not. If you look closely, you can see seams in the stone of the wall. The color of the stone differs slightly on either side of the seams. Presume something caused them to seal off the window after it was built. Though I don't know what that something might be. I have been doing a lot of talking, but it's not too bad. I'm much more used to it than when I first started. Throat's not even hurting. Yeah, that's true. But I like it. When Michael's eyes fell upon the white-haired girl wrapped in that beam of light, he sputtered to a stop. The man who never flinched at anything, who'd long since distanced himself from such stirrings of the heart, was utterly bewitched. He'd never seen her illuminated so vividly before. He was having a great deal of trouble finding the words to describe her striking beauty. For someone who'd been chased out of her home and accused of being a witch, the white-haired girl looked less like a practitioner of the dark arts. and more like one of the hosts of heaven. Michael undoubtedly felt the same way, for his gaze was affixed firmly upon her. Dazzling, isn't it? Like a staircase leading to heaven. Yes, perhaps so. Is something the matter? No, I'm fine. You know, feels like there's something odd in the air here. It feels like someone actually might be listening. If the witch were to speak to you, what would you say to her? I would ask her to tell me her true feelings, to tell me what kind of person she was, and what kind of pain she had to endure. I just want to know what she felt, this woman people branded a witch. The legend was written from a neutral perspective. It's possible she was a fearsome witch. It's also possible she wasn't. I get the feeling she was just persecuted. Like me. Like me and you. Unlike you, I truly am impure. Disagree all you want, but my touch kills. I am a strange, incomprehensible, irrational creature. Or maybe I'm not even a living being, and that's why when I touch something that is, I bring them death. If only I actually were a witch. If only I actually had some kind of extraordinary power, regardless of whether it came from God or the devil, then I would be able to grant people's wishes. My wish need not be granted. But it's what I want too. I wish to be able to touch you. I would be perfectly content with nothing changing, with us never being able to touch one another. I would be more than happy with that. But I'm allowed to dream, aren't I? Doesn't have to be in this life. I pray the day will come that we can get closer, even if it has to happen in another lifetime. Happiness is very much a stranger to me, but am I allowed to dream too? You are. I will never touch you. I swear it. But I would like to dream about it. I'd like to imagine placing my hand upon your cheek. You can. Reach your hand out for me. I will imagine it too. I am imagining your fingers running through my hair, brushing up against my skin. I can feel your warmth. There was a wall between them, a wall they could not cross, for if they did, it would mean the white-haired girl's death. No matter how much they yearned for it, they could not touch one another, so they did so within the confines of their own imagination, envisioning it in as much detail as they could imagine. It was sad, but sweet, and one had a pristine, untainted beauty. The two of them emanated serenity. As fitting as the word cursed might have been to the mansion as a whole, at the top of the observation tower, a pure bond was being shared. A fleeting moment between a young man with a cursed touch and a kind-hearted, beautiful girl. Okay, maybe he's younger. Maybe he's like... Whatever, anyways. The dream did not last long, no, for God is quite cruel. They simply wanted to be together, that was all. Their wish was hardly unreasonable. Let me check to make sure we haven't had any, cursed... Oh, we've had some... It's not even white anymore. There's a lot of stuff missing. My dear friend, the two of us have much more in common with each other than anyone else. We've both suffered at others' hands, We both deserve to have our vengeance. Go on, what's the matter? Make this tale into your reality. Surrender yourself in this moment to this beautiful story and remain here in the mansion with Giselle. Watch in this moment, this dream. Who are you? Well, that's a surprise. You actually have a conscious mind, and you're aware of who you are? You know nothing. Who are you? Someone you once spent a great deal of time with. I must say, I am impressed you made it back here, my dear. Your soul was ground into dust. It will all come back to you eventually, and then I'll be there with you again, my dear, whispering into your ear for centuries to come. And this time, I will not fail. I'll mold your soul into the same shape as mine. What a wonderful little show these puppets are putting on for us, wouldn't you say? Giselle? Giselle? Indeed, that is Giselle. The white-haired girl standing there is Giselle. We once read a book together. It was by the fireplace. You did not. Those memories are false. Books belong in the library. Why would they be by the fireplace? Curse them, slaughter them, revile them, inflict eternal suffering on all their souls, take revenge on the fools who laughed as we agonized. Only a quiet, peaceful life together. Cracked my neck. But misfortune was creeping ever nearer, its footsteps growing more and more pronounced. Hello, puppy. What is up, little man? Hey, come here. Come here. Let me pet you. Come here. No? Okay, I'll pet you from there then, I guess. Head pats, just like what Michelle wanted to give to the white-haired girl. Because she is like a younger sister to him. I simply refuse to see this as romantic. I do not see it. You finding anything, little man? Can't imagine there's too much in here. You always come in and check. I haven't eaten in here today. I guess there's still have nerds that are falling. Is someone at the door? The flow of time was hazy within the mansion's walls. They had little way of telling whether it was night or day, preventing them from knowing exactly how much time had passed. The white-haired girl had made a habit of climbing the observation tower every so often to see whether the sun was up, which allowed her to approximate the time of day. Make sure there's nothing new. There's nothing new. Consequently, she heard the knock on the door. She was not aware just how deep the night was outside. That forest and beast alike lay quietly at rest. Oh, right, the stores in the cellar are almost exhausted. Must be this month's delivery. Not thinking it was worth bothering Michael over, she made her way out of her chambers and headed for the entrance. There had only been a single knock, leading her to conclude that, as before, the servant had simply left the box outside the door. Without a second thought, she opened the door, and there she saw a strange, vagrant man standing in the moonlight. His clothes were tattered, his bearded face bony and emaciated. She gasped, shrinking back several paces. The heavy door began to swing shut, but the man forced it open, glaring down at her with unfocused eyes and mumbling, "Are ye the wish, thou great people witches?" It was in that moment that the white-haired girl realized she had been careless. The man had sought out the mansion because he believed the legend of the witch. And he did not seem particularly right of mind either, perhaps the result of wandering through the forest for several days. Or perhaps it was because he was so beaten down that he thought to ask for a witch's help. In a word, he seemed mad. No, there is no witch here. Sure there is. Don't you lie to me. I can hear the witch's voice. She led me to this house. I promise you, there isn't. Now please, be on your way. Have you any idea how long it took me to find this place? How many days I've gone without food or water? You telling me to get lost? I don't know what you want from me. I'm happy to give you a little food, so please. Is there really no witch? There's no witch here. It's nothing but a legend. If she does exist, she doesn't live here. I see. And that means you're just an ordinary person. Huh? Just a person, just a girl. Is there anything you can do? No, get away from me. What are you doing? Why waste time waiting for you to get a little grub when I can just take it all? I'm starving here. So hungry I could eat human. You're about to commit a grievous sin. Are you not ashamed to act in defiance of God? God? If I believed in God, would I come begging to a witch? I don't fear him, and I sure as hell don't fear people. Who's gonna show up at a time? Who's gonna show up at a house in the middle of nowhere? Who's gonna call me out? Who's gonna stop me? No one, that's who. No one's gonna stop me, and no one's gonna offer me salvation. There's a thought. You're a woman, so before I kill you, what are you doing? What? There are other people here. White-haired girl lay pinned on the floor beneath the yelling bandit, pleading for help with her ruby eyes. As soon as Michael grasped the situation, he tossed his candlestick aside and leapt for the man. The candlestick gave a sharp clang when it hit the floor. The impact extinguished the flame, bringing the mansion to near perfect darkness. Something glinted in the bandit's hand, and then, without hesitation, he thrust it at Michael. Michael! How stupid must he be to come at me unarmed? In his hand, the man held a knife, its tip dripping with Michael's blood. It spilled from the gash on his arm, the flow growing heavier with each passing moment. You're the only person here. Oh, the only person here by the looks of it, eh? Perfect, I'll take you both out. You. What? You don't appear to know whose house you tried to break into. What are you on about? Regret your ignorance to your very last breath. You messed up in the head, you madman. Hey, stay the hell back. Take one more step and... I inherited the witch's curse. Let go! Michael clutched the man's face in one hand. The man raised his knife to strike back, but... What's happening? The strength drained from his fingers, the knife falling to the floor. The man writhed in Michael's grip. Face! I can't breathe! Leave this place immediately, though you won't get very far afflicted with my curse. Oh dear. Helpless to fight back, nay, helpless to even consider fighting back, the bandit fled from the mansion in terror. In his wake, only the white-haired girl and a bleeding Michael remained. I just saw a man's life drained from him, his face withering away, sucked completely dry. I didn't doubt him, but dear God, that was quite disturbing for you, I'm sure. No, not at all. It's my fault anyway, if I hadn't been so careless. Oh, your arm, we need to get that wrapped up. Please, do not touch me. You mustn't touch me. The wound is hardly fatal. It's all my fault. I'm so sorry. No, a degree of it. The blame falls on me for saying nothing. Next time someone comes to the door, let me know. I'm sorry. Please, you don't need to apologize. Well. Yes? For once, I'm actually proud of myself. Proud that I could use this terrible ability of mine to do something more than just take life. To protect someone I care about. So, like I said, please don't apologize. Alright, thank you. Michael? I'm glad you're here. I care about you too. Thank you. They're so fucking awkward. Had the flame of Michael's candle not gone out when he threw it to the floor, he would have seen a heartfelt smile on the white-haired girl's face, and she would have seen a flush of red and an awkward smile on Michael's normally blank face. He also might have seen a little glimmer on her cheek, where a few drops of his blood had landed. But alas, they had no light. Alas. Let's see if I missed anything. Nope. Sorry for that. I don't know why I made those noises. That was some weird background music I gave that. The collapse of their happiness came slowly, gradually. Perhaps it was because she had touched his blood instead of his skin. But the deterioration of the white-haired girl's health crept along at a relaxed pace. The life was not sucked out of her in the blink of an eye, as it had been from the bandit. She merely grew progressively less and less healthy. Amidst her physical decay, she was bestowed with one blessing. Her beauty remained untouched. But as far as blessings went, surely there were others she could have been granted. Could God have not picked something a little better for her? By the time the two of them realized what was happening, it was already too late. The white-haired girl had grown so weak she could hardly leave her bed. Yes? Oh, you are there. I am. Thank goodness. I can't see very well anymore. How could this happen? I thought I had saved you, but no, I did the exact opposite. Please, don't talk that way. You did save me that day. But you're on the cusp of death now, and it's my fault. Because of this curse I bear. How? How could this happen? Why did this have to happen? What am I? Why was I given this body? Michael. Can I, ask you a favor? Go ahead. Stay with me, please. As much as you can, until the very end. I was going to do as much anyway. Thank you. I'm happy, Michael. Happier than I have ever been. And I mean that. You didn't just save my life. You saved me. I've been saved. But only me. I wonder how he'll handle things when I'm gone. If only I hadn't opened the door that day. I wouldn't be leaving him all alone. We could be happy together for even longer. Yes. Would you please hold my hand? I think it's probably safe now. I will not. I cannot touch you. If I do, I might take what remains of your life. Take your beauty away, and force you to die hideous. I cannot touch you. Does that mean we got a dose of red text? Red as in the color. The color. Color. Can I make it color? I'm trying to make it spell it in the British way. With a U. Okay, let's see. Let's see if there's anything else besides that. Dark, it's dark. How long has it been dark here? How long have I been in the darkness? It's so cold, freezing. Where could she have gone? Where could she, Giselle, yes. Her smile shines so bright it can cast away the darkness. I must take her hand. She's been calling for me for so long. Take her hand. But I'm cursed. That would kill her. No, this is all a lie. Around here, On his way back up from the washroom, several days later, Michael heard muffled voices. He got it? Good. He was having trouble what they were saying. Making out what they were saying, but he could tell there were several men, and they were outside the front door. There are men outside my house. There are federal agents coming to get me. Have you seen the, what is it, the frickin' Robbie Downey, whatever, the actor for Iron Man, Robert Downey Jr. Yeah. He's like, there are agents outside my house. Anyways, I don't know why that, anyways. Let's get back to this. Also, this extra text we're getting is very weird. I could probably find it. Give me a sec. I need to pee as well, so I'm gonna be right back. And I'll try to find that meme and send it to you, Kev, on like Discord. So I will be right back. I'll bring a snack or something. I'm a little hungry. I am back. I have brought a salad. And Milkshake has followed me in. And I sent you the meme on Discord. Kev. Thank you, thank you. There are federal agents outside my house. There were several men, and they were outside the front door. The fact that he could hear them at all through the heavy door meant they were probably shouting quite loudly. Indescribable sense of uneasiness came over him. Dread. He drew nearer to the door and focused on the voices on the other side. They grew clearer, enough for him to make out what the men were saying. Everything's in place. We're ready to kill this witch now. It's definitely the place. Half-dead bandit says she was in this mansion. Listen well. Listen well. No matter what we find in there, we kill it. Could be a child for all I care. That doesn't change anything. Kill the witch. Kill the witch. Kill the witch. Kill the witch. What he heard beyond the door was a group of men shouting for the death of the witch. In that moment, Michael regretted his decision to let the bandit go free and not watch over him until the moment of his demise. He must have made his way down to the village in search of help, where he revealed what he had found at the mansion. Damn it! It was too late. Regret would solve nothing. As it always do. He could neither stop the villagers from raiding the house, nor could he stop the white-haired girl from dying to the effects of his curse. He was helpless to do anything. The gears of his fate had locked him onto a path of tragedy and were turning mercilessly onward. The men had begun trying to break down the door with what sounded like a battering ram. While the first strike was not enough to breach the barrier, it was still quite powerful. He was certain it would not hold for long. Michael's mind erased. Is there anything he could do about this predicament? How could he escape from the corner he had been backed into? Despite his possessing inhuman powers, he would be powerless against a full mob of adult men. The villagers almost certainly came armed as well. Michael. A weak voice came from behind him. Aghast, he spun around to find the white-haired girl stumbling toward him. She breathed heavily, leaning against columns for support. What are you doing out here? You only worsen your condition by exerting yourself. I had a sinking feeling. I heard noises on my way here. It seems that I brought all my misfortune upon you. Don't say that! Milkshake, behave yourself, man. If I hadn't come here, this never would have happened. I never would have been in any danger. Please, Michael, hand me over to the men outside. Absolutely not. I will do no such thing. They're here for the witch, aren't they? I'm guessing they're the same people who were chasing me before. The village had a poor harvest this year, I hear. Like the village in the legend. And they believe it's the witch's curse. But you're not a witch! They need someone to fill the role, though. So please, make sure I'm not to miss anything else. No. So please, hand me over, and then escape on your own. I could never. Please, Michael. I'm the one who's cursed, not you. You want me to hand you over? What would I have left then? Nothing. Not a thing. I would have nothing. For so long I finally found someone who isn't afraid of me, who won't run. I have no interest in a world that would take you away from me, make me live alone once more. To hell with such a world. Michael. Would you be willing to die with me? If that's what you wish, then stay with me until the very end. I probably wanted to hear that just as much as him. No, not probably. I did. I wanted to have someone at my side as much as him. So lonely not having anyone. To live alone. To die alone. To not have anyone watching over you. For no one to even know you're dead. I simply wanted someone to tell me they're here for me. To be there. To hold my hand. How wonderful that would be. The sense of utter relief it would bring would be enough to cast away all the pain, to allow me to accept all our suffering. So please, tell me you'll... Michael and the white girl chose to spend their final moments at the top of the observation tower. They could hear the crash of the battering ram against the door, the shouts of men, and their stomping feet. But despite all that, a ray of light shining through the little window was as beautiful as always. The room's air of serenity remained unimpeached. After the long climb to the top, the white-haired girl was terribly out of breath. Michael considered several times offering her his hand. The possibility that doing so might rob her of the last scraps of life stayed his hand. Sounds like they broke down the door. I'm glad we made it up here when we did. I'm so sorry for asking this of you. Don't be. I would have chosen here for my final moments as well. This is the one place in the mansion with any sunlight. The one place I can get a good look at you. Thank you. I'm truly glad that I was able to end up here. That I was able to meet you. And more than anything, that you said you cared about me. If I managed, I bit my tongue, to become an essential part of your life, do you even need to ask? I wouldn't be here otherwise. I feel the same way as you, I'm sure of it. The two of us are more similar than you probably care to admit. Can I ask you one more thing? Go on. Would you embrace me? This is to be the end. This is to be my last chance. And I don't want it to end without having been able to touch you. Please, don't refuse me this, Michael. Just do it, please. I won't keep you waiting long. Thank you. Truth is, I always wanted this. I dreamed of being able to hold you. I dreamed of it too. Thank you. I'm so She's still so beautiful. What a cruel joke. Could you not have given us some other miracle? One that would allow us both to survive? Where are you? Where'd you get off to? Can't find her, damn it. There's some stairs over here. They lead up. With a single ray of light, the white-haired girl lay completely still, and even a frail sigh escaped her closed lips. She remained as gorgeous as ever. It was as though she had simply fallen asleep in the sunlight. And then upon her, Michael determined to do one thing. I will not allow anyone to sully this sight. step through it alone. He will protect that room where she lay. Hey, there's someone up here! This is where you've been hiding, you infernal witch. Wait, that's not the girl. Raucous sounds of their footsteps rang up from below. Shortly thereafter, the men themselves came into view. As he had expected, they were heavily armed. He glowered at the men and sucked in a deep breath and shouted at the top of his lungs. I am the witch you seek. I have inherited her curse, and it is I who brings calamity upon you. You hear that? But he's a man or woman, it doesn't matter. Death to anyone who has ties to the witch. Cleanse this earth of all impurity. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Michael did not flinch at the sight of the men. He stood unyielding between them and the door. He did not flinch when they raised their weapons against him, nor when they pierced his body. Die and take your curse with you. I have no need for this life any longer. It's all yours. I am cursed to kill even that which I wish to protect. But at the very least, I can protect one thing before my life is done. Not even one of you will leave this place, wither and die by my curse. The blood spilling from his skewered body flowed down the stairs, down and down like a little river, soaking the feet of every single man who had stormed the mansion. This was the last thing he saw, where the final grains of life slipped between his fingers, which brought him a faint smile to his lips. Let me see if I would miss anything. Shooby-ah, do-do-do-do-do. Okay. Neither of them had expected what happened next, though. Forgot his most twisted sense of humor. The white-haired girl had not miraculously passed away without being robbed of her beauty. Why am I still alive? She had rather not passed away at all. Quite cruel of him, was it not? Michael? Where have you gone, Michael? Michael. I smell blood. I'm sure it's nothing. I'm sure it's nothing. For had he allowed her to die, she would not have been able to been made to witness the scene that awaited her. No, no. And I am sure just what you know just what it is she laid her eyes upon in that moment. The ravaged corpse of her beloved, a torrent of blood streaming down, down, down the spiral staircase, and the sickening stench it raised. No! Why? And his was not the only body. The villagers who had assaulted the mansion had been subjected to his curse, the life drained from their withered shells. Why did this? Michael, why? Why am I the only one still alive? That is a question I cannot answer either. Perhaps his curse did not affect those he loved, as terribly cruel as that might be. I cannot say. Why? You said we would go together. A world without you has no meaning. Had she actually expended her life there in that room, at the top of the tower, perhaps this tale could have had an happy ending. She would have been at least been able to have the man she loved at her side until her very last moments upon this earth. But that was not what had transpired. She had survived, been left utterly alone. I felt a profound pity for that miserable girl, so I called out to her. Would you like to see him once more? What? I have the power to help you meet him again. Who's there? Where are you? You know what they call this mansion. So, who do you suppose remains on these grounds? No way. You're from the legend. You actually exist. Now I asked you a simple question. Would you like to see him again? The witch grants people's wishes, but at a price. I said I wouldn't ask for her assistance if I met her, but that's all changed. Now that I've lost him, if it's truly possible, that yes, I want to see him. Bring him back to life. Regrettably, I cannot directly meddle with the forces of life and death. However, I can guarantee you this. Your reconstruction. Reconstruction? Correct. To ensure you remain as yourself in future lives, but are not reborn as someone else. Your body and mind shall be reconstructed. As shall his. If you sincerely wish to reunite with one another, if you genuinely need each other in your lives, you will eventually meet again. All I can promise you is eternal reconstruction. What you make of it is up to you. You want to see him again, don't you? You want to hear his voice again, don't you? Want to feel his hand on your cheek once more, don't you? If that's what you want, then you must remain who you are. If you are simply reborn, that wouldn't be you. So there wouldn't be any point, would there? Let me see if I've missed anything in the... Nope. I had already checked. Me, as I am, and he, as he is. Make up your mind quickly. I will not wait long. I want to see him again. As you wish, sweet little girl. I shall grant you both eternal reconstruction, and pray with all my heart that you can attain true happiness. Shortly thereafter, the white-haired girl took her own life. She decided she had nothing to gain by remaining in the present time, and then in order to reunite with Michael, she needed to make her way to the next life. And thus, the mansion was left bereft of a master, to travel slowly through the ages, till someone came along to give it life once more. But an unfathomable amount of time has passed, and the two of you have still yet to reunite. Have they, Master? You know now who you are, do you not? You remember everything now, do you not? You were present in every single era, the reason for which is as I described in the previous tale. Because you yearn to be reunited with someone, that person never showed up in any era. And poor, sweet you, having no memory of any of that, lived those lives with other men. Is it any surprise misfortune befell those eras then? The door swung closed. Rather than outside, the departed and the maid were inside the dull, monochrome room at the top of the observation tower. The awe-inspiring ray of light shone not through the lone window high above the stone wall. Wrapped in a curious, impenetrable darkness, they stood alone in the room. Is there not? The maid wore a gentle but brutally cold smile as she looked straight at him. It is not your fault a misfortune befell you. The only force to blame for that is fate. You were always so kind, so pure of heart. You had boundless trust for others and the goodness of people. You were the very image of all that is right. There is no greater misfortune than someone as pure and beautiful as you, being mercilessly thrown with the grinding gears of tragedy again and again. I still pity you for everything you had to go through. You poor soul. You must be utterly exhausted, constantly betrayed, the man you were waiting for never appearing. After so long, spirit worn down to the bone, you lost any and all awareness of who even you were. Who were you hoping to find wandering into this illusory mansion, cut off from the real world? You and I are the only ones here. The man you seek is nowhere to be found. Have you still not figured it out? Then allow me to tell you everything. I am the cursed witch Morgana, who haunts this mansion. And you are the tragic plaything of fate, the white-haired girl named Giselle. Did my calling you master confuse you? If so, then I apologize. My habit of calling the master, or mistress, of the house master is quite deeply ingrained. And yes, that means precisely what you think it does. I have accepted you as my new master, but I wish for you to remain here, to stay with me. So let's put an end to this journey. Do not worry, there is nothing to fear. We are simply going to step outside the river of time. Nothing unpleasant will ever happen to you again. I will be here with you for all eternity, and I will give you my utmost care. You will not have to wait for anyone. Forget about him, the man you once saw. I am sure you will find happiness. Please, do it for me. I have been waiting for you for so very long. I have wanted nothing more than to see you again. But you were continually stolen away from me. Stop that. Hello, man. Despite my sincerest desires to spend my days with you. Which is why I wanted you to recall everything. For surely you would not willingly repeat the same fate, if you knew of all the pain it caused you to suffer thus far. Spend eternity with me, in the gentle embrace of darkness. The maid extended her hand for the departed, her fingers brushing up against his were as cold as ever. But her breath tickled his skin pleasantly, and her sweet words rang in his ears, filling him with warmth. The departed thought back on his time with her at the mansion. She had, indeed, always treated him with great compassion, and nothing she had said seemed to be a lie. And so the departed pondered, what was he to do? So I am going to save here. I am going to take a small break, eat my salad, and I still want to keep going, if that is alright with everyone watching. Please do let me know if it has gone on too long for you, the viewers, as well. But I want to continue. I apologize. I enjoy this game far too much. So I am going to mute and eat my salad, and then I will be back. Probably. So I hope it is okay that I'm continuing. I do know this is quite a long stream, so please let me know if it's too long. Okay, cool. Alright, I will be back. Bye-bye. Hello, hello. I am back. Finally, I apologize. Thank you, thank you. How was the food, Kev? And what we thinking about these options? Yeah, they sure are options. Good, good, good. Good food, good, good, good food, good. 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 Good, good, good. Good, 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 good. Good. It do look like there's 3 options. I don't know. Maybe. Eh. They're hiding a secret one from us. To step outside the flow of time with her, so that nothing can ever harm us again. I don't know if that sounds like a good idea. Then again, I've never stepped outside the flow of time. I have napped for a full day. That kind of feels like the same thing. It feels similar. I know what I'm gonna choose. I'm gonna choose what I chose the first time. Because I am a pro gamer and avoided any bad ends. Because there are bad ends in this game. I think I avoided like all of them or almost all of them. But I think they're pretty easy to spot. So this one you just say there's still more to be done. Something seemed off. Something indeed seemed off. Did it not? Did that story not seem odd? Not only with the story she just told, with her, with the departed himself, assuming everything she had said was the truth. Yeah, those memories that we found did not appear in that story. They were quite different. I might go back and get the bad endings at the end, but hey. Which or not, my mind is made up. Which will strike you first, I wonder? Regret or the curse? You seem to be doing just fine. It's only a tale. The witch is real. Very much so. It is not a legend nor a fairy tale. The witch is me. That's right. It wasn't the white-haired girl who claimed to be the witch. And that wasn't all. do you mean to reclaim yourself, no matter the cost? If you do, if you're sincerely prepared to do that, then be wary of the tale that comes next. Remember this, be wary, dear traveler, of the tale that comes next. Dear traveler. There you go. Sheesh. Any tragedy that seems too beautiful to be real is precisely that. Although I think you might have missed this part, Kev. Did you miss? You might have. Or was I recounting it to guess? I don't remember. A fabrication. None of his questions had been answered. He still didn't know who the painting was, or what had taken place so long ago that caused this mansion to summon people to it. The departed didn't even know who he was, for that matter. There was still more to be done. He had to find the truth. He needed to find someone, that much was certain. Was the story the maid had told correct about whom? And if it was... What about her? About the woman whose name he couldn't say? The woman who so cheerfully called him master? We agreed that we would live together, not just in the same house, so we've got plenty of time to add more to the list. And I hope you can make your own list about me too. This is just the beginning, after all. And a long, long time ahead of us. Plenty enough to get to know each other about. You must say her name. You must take her hand. You must make her smile once again. You must reclaim yourself. Okay. Ooh, I don't like this noise. It's the noise again. It's the bad noise. It's the bad noise. I don't like the noise. It's dark. Dark. It's dark again. It's dark. 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 Constantly engulfed in darkness. You threw it away every single time. I must break out of this darkness. I'll give you a world that's not cruel to you. I must escape and take her hand. Because that's the reason. Oh, I've got a wonderful idea. I came here to curse them with me. I must return. I must reclaim. I can think of new ways to torture them. We'll all be happier if you stay here. Just think about it. Stay here in this world. You'll be right at home. No! I did the best I could for you, nothing more. This is not where I belong. No matter how much a world of darkness may suit me, you'll never be able to do it. I must reclaim my true self. Reclaim yourself! Do it! This is brilliant. You have any idea how terrible a decision that is? No, of course not. Do you have any idea why I fabricated that story? It was all for you. So stay here. Stay right where you are. The darkness suits you better. No. Remember what someone told you not long ago? That you could handle the stories because they weren't your own. That you were able to bear the tragedies because they happened to others. If that had been your suffering, the secrets you had kept buried away for so long had come out. You could possibly have endured it. Stop squelching at me! You're a sharp one. I'm sure you intend to keep those secrets tucked away forever. Do you really think I'm going to let you do that, though? Whatever you try to hide, I'll make sure your beloved hears every last detail. Ah, how foolish can you be? Despite all my encouragement, you still insist on getting your old self back. What do you have to gain from that? Nothing but filthy, ugly tragedy awaits you down this path. Don't get your hopes up, my dear. There's nothing for you there. You have nothing. I'm offering you a place by my side. You should just take it. There is no salvation for you anywhere. None. At all. Anywhere. From anyone. Ever. She has long since lost all grip on reality. And you think there's anything you can do for her now? Despite having repeatedly failed to even regain yourself? Well, I suppose if you're going to be stubborn. As much as I don't want to, I have to place. A curse on your soul! That's right. The white-haired girl. Was never at the mansion. Oh? Oh? Who did that look like? There is still a story left untold. What? The fourth door was all a lie. What do you mean? It was not some sweet little tragedy. The story you told was pure fantasy. That was the truth. That was where it all began. Because what happened then, you spent innumerable years lost till you showed up here and... What? Departed reaches out, grasping for it. Pulls himself in. His silhouette, which has been hazy until now, begins to take form. His mind, his consciousness, his heart, his soul, and his body. Who are you? The veil in his mind dissipates. A crack forms in the shell encasing him, then another. The invisible shackles chaining his spirit fall to the floor. Reality fades in atop the indistinct, foggy world around him. Bony fingers appear before his eyes. Long hair. His voice. My voice, my body, my fingers. My arms are frail and my joints weak. Despite a resemblance to the white-haired girl, I am not her. This is who I am. I finally reclaimed myself. You weren't waiting for the white-haired girl. You were waiting for me. That's exactly why I came here. What? I have no idea what you're talking about. I've always waited for the white-haired. Never a white-haired girl. There's only this time. This time I must say her name. She is Giselle. There's only you. I am Giselle? No, I am not Giselle. I'm the servant of the house. And I am the witch, the cause. You are not a witch. The witch is someone else. Let's see, is this... Yep, there's all that red. I'm looking if there's any extra red, but I don't think so. Why do you insist that you're the witch? What changed you so much? Shadowy figure in the master bedroom. That was her. A glimpse into her past. I'm sure this is Giselle, but why is she so different? What happened to the spark she used to have? Where did the light she once shone upon the world go? I have to remember. I must remember. This cannot end until I have. This is no longer a story. And what I need to face is my past and her heart. She was not even present in the story she made up. Nothing about it had changed. Past I lived and the wounds she bore were grounded in harsh reality, not wrapped up in a film of fairy tale magic. That was the final tale, and it was all true. That's how it happened. It was a bittersweet story. No. How can you not see this? Yes, it was a beautiful tragedy. Was there even a scrap of humanity in it? Behind the 3 preceding doors, there had always been a constant thread of ugliness and conflicting emotions. Motivations, but there was hardly a trace of that behind the 4th door. They were just too They weren't human. They were just little storybook characters. They were just too nice, too good, too... It's too good to be true. Characters felt like nothing more than characters. Is that what you want to turn into? Is that what you want our history to become? Our history? Our... But I don't remember anything at all. You don't remember anything? No, I don't want to. I don't need a past or a future. I have left inside me is uncertainty. Giselle. No. That is not my name. Please stop trying to confuse me. I'm fine with things the way they are. If it means I don't have to hurt, that's all I want. So please, just let me keep being the maid. You keep being a guide and not some foolish girl. Is that what she honestly desires? Does she want to cast aside her past for good? So then... I don't actually remember which one it is. I think I actually do remember which one it is. Not remembering isn't an option. No matter what she says, I know I'm right. If she doesn't reclaim her old self, I'll never get to hear her say my name again. I know I'm being selfish here, but I can't do that. If you're afraid of what you might find, we can remember together. I haven't gotten everything back yet myself, so let's open the real door, together. There are no other doors to open, but there is, and it can only open by our hands because it exists between the two of us, and a door of physical form. The door to your heart. Okay, that's kind of cheesy. It's kind of really cheesy. The door to a grasp her unnaturally cold hand, a hand that long ago once had warmth. She can't lead the way, then I have to. I must pick up the pieces of our erased history, so we can both reclaim ourselves. Find the actual truth, no matter what we may uncover. I will not let go of this hand. No, I mustn't let go. Darkness falls over the world around us. The floor upon which we have been standing flickers out of existence, sending us dropping into an endless abyss. This dark pit. This is her door. Her history. Her heart. Let's try this one more time. It's not a sweet story by any means. Yep, the cheese. It's a story of betrayal, anger, hatred. We caused each other pain. That's the road we traveled. And down that road lies all the answers. The fifth door. Or I suppose, the real fourth door. It has been several days since I left the capital, and I could still see it when I closed my eyes. People lined up on the Grand Point, waiting entry, eager to start a new life there, brimming with hope. It was a city people were willing to pay high taxes to live in. If you were a performer, you could get some of those costs shaved down by a bit by putting those skills to use. Capital was harsh on those who wanted in, and apathetic about all who left. It's composed of a powerful nobility and clergy. Sorry, I'm adjusting a few things. Wealthy merchants and bankers, and a large population of poor. And it was the city I'd called home for a long time. I didn't know much about where I was heading. It's getting foggy. Looks like it might rain. Maybe we should take a little break. You want to keep going? Oh, alright then. Coachman was frustratingly taciturn. He acted as though he'd gotten stuck transporting a prisoner. Though that was hardly a stretch. From his point of view, I was nothing more than a criminal. And the times he would acknowledge I'd said anything, he made no effort to hide the scorn in his eyes. Pretend he didn't regret ever taking this job. And I would just fall silent again. The road was gradually getting narrower. We had long since left the paved city roads behind. We were now traveling a couple worn-down grooves in the forest. How did I end up here? Why was I being subjected to this? I was done thinking about it. The more I thought on it, the less fair it seemed. The more I remembered, the worse it hurt. All I could do anymore was close my eyes and weather the storm. Deep within the dense woods, a mansion appeared before us, like the world fading into view after a dream. It didn't seem to be an especially large house. It had obviously been constructed with a great deal of care, and it was, thankfully, not standing in ruins. This deep in the forest? The carriage came to a stop, and the coachman climbed down, signaling with his chin for me to get out. Thank you, very much. You must be tired after such a long journey. This is the mansion I am looking for, yes? The driver didn't even acknowledge me, getting back onto the carriage and setting off into the forest. Seemed to want to get as far away from here as quickly as possible. Could have said something. Oh well. It was all about all I could say. Oh well. Can't blame anyone for not being here. If I was wanting to get out, I should get going, I guess. Getting a better look at it, the house's windows were, strangely enough, all shuttered. It's probably dark as pitch inside. Is no one living here? If that's the case, then why was I? Placed my hand on the front door. Such a big door. If I couldn't get in, I had no idea what else was there was in the area. The door didn't open, and I would die out here in the forest. I couldn't expect much, but I was not ready to forfeit my life yet. Please open. It's not locked, I guess. The door was heavy, and though it seemed to protest my attempts to enter, it still opened much easier than I was expecting. I was worried over nothing. And yet I got the strangest impression that light was being swallowed up into the mansion's depths. Even though inside, I felt like I was about to step outside the boundaries of this world. I closed the door. It was so dark I couldn't even tell where I was walking. I wondered if the windows opened. I managed to fumble my way over to a window that was tightly shuttered and the shutters caked with rust. I was probably not going to open without a fight. No, not a hint of light. Couldn't even see my hand waving in front of my face. It was as though the floor would fall out from under me and I would sink into eternal darkness if I didn't watch my step. Just like we did to enter your door, I guess. Fighting back that fear. Oops, sorry, Giselle. I slowly walked forward, tracing the wall with my hand. There was a door at the end of a long corridor. Pulled it open and a wisp of bone-chilling air brushed past me. It was too dark to see anything. I could feel something different present in this area than the rest of the house. Uneasiness gripped me. Hello? Is anyone there? Please don't tell me it's actually abandoned. I suppose I can't know without looking around a bit more. My voice simply disappeared into the void. No response. As I pushed forward through the freezing air, for a split second I spotted a shimmer of light. Squinting my eyes, I was able to make out a large window. Like the others, it wasn't shuttered. What do we have here? Drapes? I see a little light beyond. Chances were slim, I imagined, but even if there was a slight possibility of getting some light in here, it was worth a shot. So I pulled open the drapes. The next moment, faint but colorful light shone down on me. It was a stained glass window. From beyond the glass, I could hear the subtle pitter-patter of rain. It had finally started, it seemed. The different colors of light blended into a milky white, dim but wondrous. It's so pretty. Looks like an angel. Why would someone cover this up? It's beautiful. If a little more light, it'd be. Please, do not touch the drapes. Huh? Or the windows. Suddenly I heard a voice, and I could sense someone else in the room. The man's voice was emotionless, neither deep nor high. For long he came into view, illuminated by dull orange candlelight. I'm sorry for coming in uninvited, but, I did announce myself. The man stood there, practically blending in with the darkness. Had he been there the whole time? He was staring straight at me. His gaze wavered slightly, but not enough for me to read anything in it. Again, I could hardly make out any detail in all the light under a single candle. Is this, your mansion? It is. Thank goodness. I was afraid it was deserted. I suspect you would prefer it if the house were abandoned. Oh, not at all. I'd be scared to death staying in this dark mansion all by myself. I'm sorry. No ill will intended. But I do think it could use with some light. That way you could see where you're walking. I'm sure this room will look splendid illuminated. Not necessary. I make do perfectly well as things are. How can you see when it's so dark? I have an abundance of candles and oil for lamps. So a lot of the, we're getting a lot of same text that we did in the story, but there are slight differences, and it will diverge much more. I am not in want of means of creating light. It is not your place to criticize my lifestyle. If you need light, you are free to leave. I don't think he said that the first time. If you are in need of money, help yourself to some of the furniture. There's a village not far from here. Trade it for food and make your way to a larger town. I am no longer able to freely return to the city. I cannot go back there. Please, don't chase me out. I see. And do you ask this of me, aware of how people refer to this mansion? They say that a witch lives here. Not merely a witch. A cursed witch. If you remain here, you too shall likely suffer your own destruction. You're worried for my well-being. Witch or not, my mind is made up. I was sent to this cursed witch's mansion to atone for my transgressions back in the city. Didn't matter what lived here, I had no choice. Which will strike you first, I wonder? Regret or the curse? You seem to be doing just fine. It's only a tale. The witch is real, very much so. It's not a legend nor a fairy tale. The witch's name was Morgana. Is me. So this down here, this color, I believe, indicates for this chapter that we are now switching to Michael's perspective. When it is purple, it is Giselle's perspective, I believe. Also, hush, Lammy. You are very noisy for no reason. I'm going to close the door. But yes, I believe it took me some time to figure this out in my first playthrough, but it helps quite a bit. Yes, that was our first encounter. It was nothing flowery or dramatic. It was rather laced with suspicion and wariness. We knew nothing about one another, and I had no interest in changing that. But nonetheless, that was where it all began, where my history with her commenced. Yee. The woman had jade eyes, Open wide, they glimmered like jewels in the light, shining through the stained glass window. She seemed to be at a loss for words. I wasn't lying, per se. The rumors said a witch lived in this house, and I was the only one who filled that criteria. Thus, said rumors could be interpreted to be talking about me. After staring at me dumbfounded for a few moments, the woman suddenly burst into laughter. Oh, wow! Here I was thinking you were kind of scary, but it turns out you're actually quite funny. What? What? Oh, uh-oh. Let me drink some more water. There we go. That should be a little bit better. What? I never would have guessed you were someone to tell such a ridiculous joke with a straight face. I wasn't. You don't look at all like a witch. I mean, it's dark and I can't really see. You seem like a rather handsome man. The word witch has a broader meaning than just a woman who practices magic. Any unholy person with cursed powers, man or woman, can be considered a witch. I think I get what you're trying to say, but my mental image of a witch is definitely more a woman. So you're not a witch. To tell you the truth, I didn't know who might be here, which had me rather scared. But I think I can make this work. What do you... It's a pleasure to meet you, Master. Master? I was sent here from your old home. I was an Abigail from your mother, but, I might have made a little goof. I froze the moment the word left her mouth. Home. Rattled around in my skull, shaking up terrible memories that almost brought me to my knees. Why, after all these years, were they reaching out to me now? Not even sending someone to bring me back, just sending someone. To what end? For what purpose had they shipped an Abigail out to this remote mansion? What was my mother thinking? Was this another one of her attempts to break my curse? What do you mean you made a little goof? My voice came out weak. I did my best not to let it show on my face. It was a teeny, tiny mistake. Nothing you need to concern yourself with. What did Mother say about me? Well, it was actually your father who told me to come here. I never really spoke to your mother much. Father sent you? It made even less sense. Why would he have? Did Father even know I was here? Or if he had known, I would have been... Who was this woman? What was her goal in asking to stay here? Well, there you have it. I'll be here for a while. If you need me for anything, do not hesitate to ask. I'm confident I can handle most everyday tasks. Now, where should I begin? Oh, I know. Are you hungry, Master? Food. I can't imagine you eat much, being as skinny as you are. I turned my back on her without responding. He do be kind of a twink. No matter what her goal was, she had been sent from that house. There was no way anything good could come of that. There was no way I could live with someone who had ties to them. I prayed she would take the hint, give up, and leave. Master. And so, I kept ignoring her. Master! Master! I ignored. Master! I ignored her. Master, what would you like for supper? Nothing! Nothing! But failed, spinning back and shouting. Her eyes went wide and she gave a sheepish giggle. I glared at her as she fidgeted uncomfortably. Eating is one of the most basic human needs, so if you're hungry, you really should eat. Good to know, good to note, everybody. If you're hungry, you should eat. Everyone should know this. Just for going a little while. We've just been going a little while, but I want to keep going. I said I didn't want... What was that sound? Must you ask? It's not a very polite thing to ask a lady, you know? Huh? You know, It was a long trip, and all I had to eat on the road was dried fruit. I felt like I was some kind of animal. So, what I'm trying to say is that I'm hungry. That wasn't the sound of her stomach growling, was it? I thought lightning had struck in the distance. What a charmer Michael is. Jeez, what a charmer. And would like some supper. The kitchen is at the far end of the hall on the first floor. There's food in the cellar. Help yourself to any of it. But thank you so much. I honestly feel like I haven't eaten in days and I'm about to die of starvation. Oh, and I shouldn't need any help finding it. I plan on exploring the house anyway. It's rather exciting being in a new place, hee hee. Damn it, that did not go as planned. Oh well. She can do as she pleases. I'll have nothing to do with it. Oh, Master, are you sure you don't? No. Master. Master. What is it now? My name is Giselle. It's a pleasure to meet you. And your name, Oh, Master, you! I actually left the room that time, making my way back to my chambers. At some point, I would seriously have to chase her out, especially considering she had come from that house. But regardless, I was not terribly fond of her. Oh, it's her. Oh, it's pink, or it's like a rose color, I guess. Well, I mean, yeah. I didn't really understand, Michael, but that was probably because we were still essentially strangers. I'd been sent to the mansion as reparation for my mistakes. I wasn't sure who I might find there, but I was tentatively convinced he wasn't a terrible person. He didn't do anything to me, except stay away. Michael spent most of his time in his chambers, which he had told me to never enter under any circumstances, so we rarely encountered one another in the halls. For that reason, I made an effort to be kind and cheerful on the sporadic occasions we did cross paths. Figured if I kept that up long enough, he would eventually warm up to me. And as new housemates, being able to enjoy our time together was obviously preferable to the alternative. If I did manage to break the ice, I hoped we would be able to do some talking. About the mansion, about him, about me. Just had to keep working at it. Michael didn't need me to take care of him. He handled his own day-to-day needs and activities by himself, and in fact, he didn't ask me for anything. An aristocrat who had no use for a servant, and anyone like him before. Alright then. That meant about all I could do was clean. Wasn't sure how his room looked, but the rest of the house was, quite frankly, an absolute disaster. Sorry about that. The dust was so heavy it was obvious it hadn't been touched in years. Let's get started. It couldn't be healthy to live in these conditions, so I set out to clean each room in the house one by one. That said, it wasn't going to be an easy task. Not because I was bad at cleaning, in fact I considered myself quite good at it. Because it was near impossible to find all the dust and grime that needed cleaning under the flickering light of a candle. I can't understand how anyone sane can live in this dark. What's wrong with him? Damn! Maybe he's actually a vampire. Oh god. Wouldn't that be something? I can see it now. I'm sneaking out every night to suck the blood of pretty girls. Priceless! That means I'm in trouble. Look at me, this one-woman comedy show here. Yep. If I am able to get him to warm up to me, though, maybe that'll give me a little room to make some changes. Like opening some windows. No light and no fresh air? No thank you. Anyway, I set the candlestick down, pulled over a chair to stand on, and started wiping down the shelf. The chair's legs seemed to be uneven as it wobbled slightly beneath me. So many books. Wonder, do they all belong to him? Any parchment was expensive, so it was rather astonishing seeing this many stacks of it in one place. There are even some books with bulky, extravagantly decorated covers. He does come from an esteemed family. He spent enough time at his family's house. There's a constant bustle of servants and guests. The exact opposite of what this mansion was like. Why had he left his home? What had he done to be sent all the way out here? I don't know why I make weird noises. What had he done to be sent all the way out here to this remote mansion with a less than savory reputation? Need to be careful not to overstep my bounds. I am a servant now. A servant. Once the thought had crossed my mind, I couldn't get it out. I always had a bad tendency to chase my curiosities as soon as they struck. Oh, hello, Alice. How'd the shopping go? Also, welcome in. No, never. I just got back from taking a break. I ate din. I'm fine. It's only been almost 8 hours. I'm fine. But yes, welcome. Back to the Fata Morgana, where we are getting the real last door. Possible last door. With, we are getting the maid's backstory, who is actually Giselle. And, Giselle. There you go. She is not having a good time of it. She has met Michael, and, they have not hit it off. Also, Michael is, I'm not gonna say anything yet. Well, okay, Michael's kind of implied at this point to be the main character, which is the case. But it already hinted at it many times, so I don't feel too bad. They never, like, outright had his name changed from question marks to Michael. So, I don't care. Anyways, but welcome in. I love this game too much. And I really wanted to get to this chapter, and I want to see if I can get through it. So, here we are. It was pretty clear? Yeah. I figured. I couldn't do that here, though. I was simply a servant, and if I got on Michael's bad side, I risked getting thrown out. Wonder what kind of books he's got here. So I attempted to distract myself. Grabbed one of the books and attempted to pull it out. What? The strings binding the parchment must have gotten tangled at the back. But whoa! Because the books on either side tilted back with it. Ah! And then the entire row came crashing down on top of me. Ow! For cripe's sake. Cripe's sake. British! Ew! Gross! I had fallen off the chair, and the downpour of books was still coming on top of me, down on me. A mountain of dust with it. Seriously? What are you doing? What? Suddenly, Michael was there. Ah, nice! I'm glad you're having fun with House Flipper. Flip them houses. Looking down on me from a little ways away. There was, as usual, not much I could read from his expression, but I could hear a vague trace of exasperation in his voice. I was doing some cleaning and... impressive work. I'm usually better than this. It's just so dark. Mistakes should be expected. I really think we should open some windows, Master. Get some light, some air flowing through here. I never asked you to clean anything. You did this entirely yourself. But there's so much dust. Can't be good for you. I am perfectly healthy. I don't see the problem. Had he even seen himself? No way someone that skinny was perfectly healthy. You look like you have something to say. You can make out my face in this darkness? Oh, you know. I wanted to be useful, and cleaning is about all I can do here, so, you know. I was sensing something else, but alright. He let out a sigh, stepped over toward the pile of books, and then reached his hand down for me. I suddenly felt a pang of embarrassment about the fact that I was still splayed out on the floor. I raised my hand up to take his, only for him to pick up a book instead. Oh my god. So in the fake door, this was explained away by him being cursed, so he could not touch her for fear of killing her with his curse. Here he's just antisocial. I love it. Oh my god. Here he is just the most awkward antisocial man. You could at least help me up. You have legs. He said, casually returning the book to the top shelf. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe he was a terrible person. Oh, and we're back to Michael. So, Master, are all these books yours? Giselle asked, not a trace of remorse visible on her face, despite having made a mess of the room she was supposedly trying to clean. I gave a curt nod. Really? That's impressive. Must have been hard work getting them all in here, huh? There's gotta be 100 books in here. Could fill a whole carriage at least. It's like you got your own personal library. She had been pouting only a few moments earlier, but her smile was back in short order. Bleh. Her jade eyes were like little balls of curiosity, glittering in the faint candlelight. I was not particularly fond of overly expressive, rather overly curious women. Oh, he is so autistic. 'Cause like yep, look at this. He's like, give my personal space is more important than anything. Please, you are too much social interaction. Please stop. Too much, absolutely too much. I am done. They did not care that they trampled uninvited into other people's personal spaces. Were they not even aware that their actions were invasive? I averted my gaze from hers. I receive one roughly every month. I see. Wait. She turned back towards the shelves. Presume she understood the implications of what I just said. The fact that there were nearly 100 tomes here, and I received only one a month. Huh. Giselle fell silent. Couldn't blame her if she thought my circumstances or my family or my life bizarre. But I didn't care what she thought of me. In fact, it was to my advantage for her to be uncomfortable. I just needed her to stay quiet and keep her nose out of my business. There's more than I thought. I said not to her, but to myself. I had no reason to count the passage of time anymore. Only the books served as record of how long I had been here. 121! What? There are 121 books. 10 years and 1 month. You were counting? I thought she had just sheepishly gone quiet. What an inscrutable woman. You've been here in this mansion for that long? All by yourself? The truth was, there had been times when I wasn't alone. But Giselle had no need to know that. You already know the answer. A look of pity formed in Giselle's eyes. Enough. I never asked for sympathy. I am here by choice. You mean you weren't banished here? No restraint, this woman. No. I came here of my own volition. I didn't care enough to elaborate, though. Picking another book off the floor, I brushed the dust off the cover. It was a gaudily decorated tome. It's a very fancy book, isn't it? But apparently Giselle was unable to take a hint. This is true. What's it about? I let it aside and opened no page in particular, sticking the book out toward her. She was a servant and a woman. There was no way she could read. This is the what is this? 12th century? I always get confused because we're in the 21st. Yeah, this is the 12th century. So little outdated morals, somewhat. Let's see here. This land is hardly suitable for cultivation. Can only produce over-sour grapes. I'd probably get more out of it if I tore down the fields and made it into a market. Sounds like a lord's diary. You can read? I was caught slightly off guard. It was rare for a noblewoman to be able to read and write, let alone a servant. Was she truly what she claimed to be? I had someone teach me. So, is this book any interesting? It's dull, worthless tripe. 11th? Hold on, no, come on, we're in the 21st century. Right? No. Well, yes, but I was averaging it, because it's basically 1100s. I was averaging it. That's basically the 12th century. Come on now. It's so pedantic. I mean, I should know that by now. You're my sister. But still, come on now. Such a tiny detail. It's dull, worthless tripe. Like trying to argue that 1099 is the 11th century. Dull and worthless. Can't imagine why anyone thought it was worth binding. Tough crowd. But it's not very often you get to see a lord's diary. I am rather curious what kinds of things he crept by. Lord or king, what value was there in another's grumbling? There's no knowledge contained within that book. Just emotions, unsightly scribbles. There's nothing more exhausting in this world than being emotional. Same! I feel you there. If you want to read it, be my guest. Alright. Hey, how do you know that the time period? Maybe Giselle came into the house on the last day of 1099, and now it is 1100. Maybe it is now the 1100s, huh? Maybe it is the 12th century. You don't know. You can't prove anything. And yes, that's why I don't show it on stream. If you want to read it, be my guest. That wasn't my intention, but alright. Once I've got the whole mansion cleaned, I'll read it. I told you don't have to clean. Oh, I've got an idea, Master. If you're interested, maybe we could read together? Did you hear a word I just said? It's dull, worthless tripe. Still, you might see it differently if you read it with someone else. And I'm sure there are some books here you would enjoy, Master. You're wasting your time. He is... Michael sure is a cheery guy. The suspicion and restraint budding between us was trite and insignificant at that point. She was still smiling, after all. If I had been able to maintain that distance, then perhaps I wouldn't have ended up hurting her. Switching back to Giselle? Yep. Back to Giselle. It had been a little under 2 weeks, and it was already the 12th century. Can you believe it? Gosh! It was already the 12th century! I mean, 1099 is basically the 12th century anyways, so what does it matter? It's been a little under 2 weeks since I moved in with Michael. Though we lived in the same house, we rarely saw each other. On unlucky days, I wouldn't see him at all. I wasn't sure if he ate in his room or our schedules were simply misaligned, but we never had any meals together. Perhaps he was deliberately avoiding me. That has to be it. I know servant and master don't usually eat at the same table, but even so, could be a little less obvious about it. Am I really that much of a nuisance? I'm not doing anything inappropriate, am I? I'm being pleasant and sociable, aren't I? I haven't given him any reason not to like me, I think. To not like me, I think. I hope. He's never been very enthusiastic about my staying here. But I hadn't been given a choice. I had been sent here by his family. Besides... No, out with the negative thoughts. Gotta stay positive. Yeah, he hasn't tried to chase me out yet. I just haven't broken the ice. I had to stay positive. Optimistic. Happy thoughts. And be myself. As long as I kept working at it with enough time, Michael would surely come around and be not so distant. Got a goal, so let's get to work. First I make supper, then I ask him to have it with me. Gotta be proactive when it comes to reclusive types. Alright, here goes. Or here would go. We're almost out of supplies. So much for that. Cellar was where the non-perishable food was stored. Dried foods, smoked meats, cheeses, and a small scattering of root vegetables. Man, this makes me feel like a soldier holding down a castle's fortifications. Had Michael really gone 10 years on nothing but this? I would have raised the white flag long ago. Said he hadn't left the mansion at all in those 10 years. Assuming he at least goes out to get supplies, right? Running out of food is kind of a life or death matter. Can't believe he hasn't set foot outside even once, and... What are you babbling on about? What? Oh no, he overheard me. I assumed you were talking to someone. Huh? Does anyone else live here, Master? I haven't seen anyone. It is just the two of us. Alive, anyway. You mean there are ghosts? Something of the sort. There you go again with the jokes. I'm not a child, you're not gonna trick me like that. There are adults who believe in such things. I suppose, but I don't really believe in ghosts or demons or curses or any of that. See, I don't, because if ghosts did exist, I definitely would have been haunted working in a hospital during COVID. Do you know how many fucking pissed off ghosts that would cause? Well, I guess it was a decent hospital. Still. Nurses be nurses. The church just tries to convince people they're real so they can squeeze more money out of them. Oh, so true, Giselle. So true. Giselle is spitting facts. Am I going to have to turn you over to the church, you blasphemer? No. I pray every day, honest. I don't particularly care either way. I'm returning to my chambers. What? Already? You didn't, come down for food? I only came down because I heard voices. A moment. Please just wait a second. What? Our stores are almost empty. What do you normally do when you need more food? I'll happily accompany you on a trip to the market. Alrighty. That was fast. There are two of us. I really don't eat that much, do I? Perhaps. In the dim light, it was difficult to make out Michael's expression, but I thought I could see a tinge of annoyance on his face. Hold your ground, Giselle. You said you wanted to get closer to him. Is that a parsnip? Michael was holding a tangled ball of roots. The reason I asked was because the parsnip looked like it was on the verge of total decomposition. See, there's still food. He then handed it to me. Wait! You want me to eat that? It's clearly seen better days. You're going to get sick. Or are you telling me you can survive on rotten vegetables? Of course I won't eat it. I just figured you were hardy enough to survive. God! What do you think I am? Oh, no, he is definitely a jerk. Or that the resulting diarrhea might reduce your appetite. You're kidding, right? You can't be serious. Anyway, we should bury that outside. This game needed some light moments. It has been... I feel like the last entirely light moment was in the first door. Maybe the painting being funny, but we needed some levity. Because God, the 3 doors just beat you down with it. Oy. It's rough. Like, the first door starts out alright, and then it takes a nosedive, and then it doesn't come up from there for the next 2 doors. Oy, oy, oy. And then the 4th door is just weird. It's just, I don't know, it's weird. Then we can go purchase fresh supplies. I told you I don't go outside. Then how do you... Huh? A visitor? Who could it be? Perfect timing. You're a servant. Make yourself useful and go retrieve the package. If it's not a delivery but a wanderer, chase them off. What package? Master? Hold on a second. What are you talking about? He's gone. What kind of delivery is he expecting? But with the code Fata Morgana, you can get 10% off your Amazon deliveries. Just like Michael. That was stupid. Michael stood there, unmoving, veiled in shadow. He glanced over at me and then threw his gaze to the front door. Sorry, I got my voices confused. I did Michael's contemplative voice. Anyways. His command, I raised the bar, pulling open the door. Fucking bright. For nearly 2 weeks inside, the light from the setting sun almost blinded me. Gold and white, my head pounding. Hey, come back! Tell me, is it the 11th century of the 12th? I think it counts as the 12th! After a few moments of intense blinking, my eyes acclimated themselves to the evening sunlight. There was no one outside, only a crate easily large enough to fit a child. Is this the package? Master? I turned back to face Michael, but he wouldn't meet my eyes. It seemed more like he was avoiding looking at the light than me. His stare seemed more and more like a vampire. Not that I believe in vampires, of course. Regardless, I pray there's nothing bad in here. That's heavy. Master, could I get some help? Gee, thanks. I am a servant, admittedly, but this is a lot to ask of just one girl. A little help would sure be nice. Once it's inside, close and bar the door. He said dispassionately, his head still turned toward the darkness. As you wish, Master. Once the door was shut, I found myself sucked back into a world of darkness. It had even been 2 weeks, but the lack of light was beginning to become my normal. The outside world growing farther and farther away. Being holed up in here is definitely not good for me. I should go for a walk sometime. Maybe plant some flowers or vegetables. Yeah, I like that idea. Maybe I can grow that old tangle of roots into some fresh parsnip. What else do we have to plant? It'd be great if there were some flower seeds. What are you doing? Open the box now. As you wish, Master. Oh, there's food inside? The box was a burlap sack filled with berries, root vegetables, smoked meats, as well as an assortment of bread, fruits, and wine. Oh wait, aside from the fruit and bread, everything else was the same as what Michael kept in the cellar. Pale wants a home. And buried beneath the burlap sack was a single book. 1 book a month. He really hasn't gone outside in 10 years. It appears you've begun to grasp the situation. Yeah, but why? This was delivered by someone from your house, Master, wasn't it? A servant, I assume. Why would they leave without saying anything? No one wants to talk to a cursed man. In the past, they would occasionally check in on me, but that hasn't happened recently. They think you're cursed? Alright, you don't believe in curses. Then come up with your own explanation. An excuse for them to want to stay away from me. That, for example, I killed someone. Maybe that I'm insane. I couldn't. Don't smile at that, Michael. Regardless, I am not normal. Yeah. I knew that much. Bring the food down to the cellar. The book to the library. You are, of course, free to refuse and run back off into the woods. I'll do it. Alright. Then you take care of that. Hey. What is it? I just noticed there's something else in here. It's wrapped in cloth. What could it be? Ooh, a painting! For you to hang up somewhere in the house, I presume. It's so dark I can't see it very well, but I'm sure it's... Don't touch that! What? Michael, who had kept his distance from me until that point, suddenly marched over. Howdy, howdy.
Come in?
Yeah, hello. Hello, man.
Hi.
Hey. I know milkshake, I know.
He's not gotten the bake yet. Are you streaming?
I am.
Okay.
Welcome, welcome. Yeah.
Hi, everybody.
Mama says hi. And ripped the painting from my grasp. Master? His face was twisted into a look I'd never seen him make before. Was it indignation, disgust, hatred, panic? I couldn't tell. There was more than enough negative pressure to cause me to flinch back. Is that painting, perhaps, something important? A landscape painting. He muttered under his breath, the tension melting away from his face. I was left looking at his usual blank, impenetrable expression. But his eyes were still fixated on the picture, staring at it unblinkingly. Viewers, say hi.
Who say hi?
Viewer.
Hi,
Kevin.
Hi, Kevin.
Mom says hi. Why a landscape painting? Some kind of passive-aggressive message? It's not of anywhere nearby. Did they travel somewhere? It's not of that girl, so that's an improvement. Master? Oh, you're still here? Still here? Of course I'm still here. Who do you think you have to take care of the package? What's with you? Just running over and snatching the painting from me? You scared me. Could you maybe explain yourself? What's so special about that painting? I don't believe that's any of your business. None of my... Of course it is. You ripped it out of my hands like I was some kind of thief. I have a right to know about what that was all about. Give me an apology while you're at it. Told me to open the box, so I did. Then all of a sudden you're angry? We are not equals. Do not mistake yourself for my friend. You have a right to know. You have no such thing. You don't have to be rude. I'll say it again. Leave if you don't like it here. I never asked for you to be here. That was your wish. My wish? You out of your mind? Never asked for this? Never wished for it? When the right man would want to be sent to some house in the middle of nowhere? Who would ever want to go through that? No, calm down, Giselle. Can't get angry. You're right. That is what I wanted. But I never wanted you to make you mad or for us to argue like this. Just wanted to get know you better, to get closer to you. I mean, it would make things smoother for the both of us. Make living together more enjoyable for us. Listen carefully. This is very important for you to understand. Do not try to involve yourself with me. Do not go probing around for information. And if you can't do that, leave. I completely shut out. The glare he was giving me and the standoffish aura he was emanating were reflected in his tone of voice. Why? Why did he try to push me away like that? I did say I'd let her, but it's awkward voice acting with Mom right next to me. But we managed. And I think she was happy to do that. So. seemed Giselle really didn't know much about me. Despite being sent here from my house, she was unaware of the monthly deliveries, as well as the reason why I lived in this mansion all by myself. Why, though, would they not have told her anything? Why had she been sent here left completely in the dark? Giselle looked up at me, fear and bewilderment in her eyes, though I thought I could see a glint of suspicion beneath it all, like her true feelings were bubbling to the surface. Everyone had darkness in them they kept hidden. No one was exactly who they appeared to be. She was undoubtedly thinking, I'm not here because I want to be. I knew from the moment I first saw her that her bubbly, sweet effect was all a facade. Had she thought I was dense enough not to realize? She was no different than anyone else. I didn't understand, though. That's why she refused to leave no matter how hard I pushed. What was she hiding beneath that innocent-looking face? What was she thinking? What did she carry on her shoulders? Everyone is hiding something, deceiving those around them. I had to figure out what she really was. May I ask you something? Yes? On the day you arrived, you said you made a teeny tiny mistake while working at my family's house. Tell me about that. What did you do at the Bollinger estate? Is it... I think it's... I'm gonna go with Bollinger. That's probably not correct. That's probably very wrong. But trying to pronounce it any other way is going to sound terrible. Bollinger. 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 I'm not doing that for the rest of the game. In that moment, brief though it was, her disposition wavered. Fear, terror, no, perhaps anger? I couldn't tell. Nevertheless, it was abundantly clear that that was a subject she had no interest in me breaching. And so she had borne her fangs. The smile she donned was now visibly forced. It's nothing you need to concern yourself with, Master. Yeah, that is a forced smile. She's like, oh, why did you ask that? Oh, the pain. I promise it was just an insignificant little thing. Hold on, wait a minute. Wait just a... There's something I need to do. Give me 1 second. I can't believe I haven't done this. Firefox is not one to load. Oh. She couldn't say. Why couldn't she tell me? What had she done there? What did this woman know about that house? Okay, I'll do this after stream. I was going to make Alice a VIP, but it is tanking everything, so I will do that after stream. Somebody please remind me, because I know I will forget, as I do everything. What did she know about me? What was concealed beneath that smile of hers? I am the master of this house, and you are a servant. And still you refuse to tell me? And like I said, it's nothing. There's no reason to bother you. With a mere servant's personal blunders, master. What are you hiding? I am not hiding anything. Then you should be able to tell me exactly what you did at the Bollinger estate. Like I said, tell me. Tell me. You won't tell me a thing about yourself, yet you demand others tell you about themselves? You are practically threatening me, demanding I tell you something I don't want to talk about. Yet you still haven't told me anything about the painting. Oh, so I was right. You do have something to hide. How many times must I repeat myself? We are not equals. I don't care if it's insignificant or something you don't want to talk about. What? I'm ordering you to tell me. trifling blunder would not get someone sent to live with a cursed man in a house spoken of so unfavorably. Whatever she had done at the Bollinger estate, that had something to do with why she was here. If she truly hadn't done anything, then she had something to gain from this place, or possibly from me. If that was the case, I had to get her to talk. Yet, make me. Giselle's eyes were open wide. I recognized the look she was giving me. I knew very well what that gaze meant. You're an abomination! It was the same as them. Fear, contempt, revulsion, repulsion. The way she acted, the way she spoke, was exactly the same. You're no different. I made her uncomfortable. I made her afraid. She thought I was unpleasant. She thought I was despicable. She thought I was an abomination. Frenzy, I grabbed her by the shoulders, clamping down far more powerfully than I had meant to. Ow, stop! Her face, contorted in pain, morphed into someone else's. Who was I directing my anger at? What was this rage being aimed? Who are you calling an abomination? What? Tell me, who? Black fur bubbling up from within me knew no end. The girl, she ridiculed me. She denied my identity with her glare. I couldn't escape from that phantom, that reality. What do you... I never called you a... No, get away from me! Get your hands off me! Giselle's scream echoed in the entrance hall, rattling my eardrums. She frantically smacked my arms aside, and I came back to my senses. She was standing a little ways away, breathing heavily, arms wrapped tightly around her body, glowering at me, showing her opposition to my touching her. Enlightening. No. You just, you startled me, that's all. Some servant you are, telling your master not to touch you. Alright, I have I'm, allergic to people. Good recovery. It's a very unique condition, I hear. I mean, can you believe that? See, you know how some people get all red and itchy when they touch a dog or a cat? It's that except for people, so, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I beg your forgiveness. Why don't you speak your mind? What? Is this what's going through your mind right now? Nothing to apologize for. No, that's not... Can somewhat sympathize with your plight, being made to apologize even though you're hurting. I raised my hand against you first, after all. Then you forgive me? Sympathy does not equate to forgiveness. Now, you take care of the package. I'm heading back to my chambers. What is it? You're not going to make me leave after what I just did? No, I am not. For it would seem I can make you leave on your own whenever I so please. Besides, I had yet to learn what she had done. It would be exceedingly difficult to get the story from her own mouth, which left me with one option: to write a letter to my mother, as much as the very thought revolted me. Oy, not a good relationship with your parents, huh? Several days had passed since the package arrived. The end of my 3rd week living in the mansion was drawing near. Michael wasn't getting any friendlier either. He continued to either snub or bluntly dismiss me whenever we crossed paths. Didn't understand why he acted that way around me. But there was little point in asking, when he seemed to think there was little point in talking to me at all. Although at first I had been sure there was some way to get him to warm up to me. The more time I spent in the mansion, the more my willpower began to feel like it was at its breaking point. I could tell myself to stay positive until I was blue in the face, but it would only work for so long. The one pretty place in the whole house. I'm glad he hasn't covered it back up. Blue moonlight shone quietly through the stained glass window, vainly illuminating some of the room. I hadn't noticed until now, but the room with the stained glass window appeared to be modeled after a chapel. Rows of pews faced the window, below which sat what used to be a pulpit. There was very little left of it, though, and an awkward length of silver was mounted to the pulpit's front face. I think we're not getting any of the levity that we had for a... I don't think that's coming back soon. We're back in it. We're back in the rough times. This is the house in Fata Morgana, after all. Can't let you stay happy for long. What I assumed, formerly a cross. Upon further reflection, rather than facing the window, the pews seemed to be pointed at the pulpit, or perhaps the cross hanging on it. Wasn't sure why there would be a chapel in a mansion, but I had no one to ask it about it. For a house of this size, the statue of Christ or the Virgin Mary seems more appropriate. It's a very well-made chapel at any rate. I doubted Michael had it built for himself. There would be no reason for him to cover the window if that were the case. Nor had I ever seen him come to pray. He doesn't seem like one to believe in God. God. I'm not even sure if God really existed, then surely the world would be a much more pleasant, peaceful place. No unfair disparities in money or power. No senseless misfortune. I certainly wouldn't have found myself here either. But God was evidently quite fond of giving mankind trials, so he probably would tell me with a straight face that this was one of them too. Or perhaps we simply had a false impression of him, and he didn't actually give us anything. Merely sat back and watched from somewhere far, far away. Wasn't his job to bring peace to the world or ensure our laws were fair. That was all mankind's responsibility. What is God? What are angels? I have no idea. Maybe the Bible has answers. Why should I pray to someone so far away? How do I know my prayer's even getting there? But still, it's not like I have any other options. Don't you worry. It'll all work out, promise. I already know where I'm going to work. It's a really prominent noble house, way out of reach of some small-time merchants like us. You never know, this could be my big break. Oh, I'm just kidding. Don't look so worried. I'll be just fine, honestly. I'll make enough money for us to get back on our feet. Oh, for goodness sake, I can handle it. Leave everything to me. You just wait. I'll make our family into something you can be proud of. I'll be fine. Yeah, say bye to Mom for me. I probably won't be home for a while. A what? You're afraid I'm going to make some careless mistake? I'm not that airheaded. I can be a refined and elegant young lady. Those nobles won't even know what to believe anymore. If you don't believe me, how about I give you a little taste? Ahem. How are you doing this fine morning, master? Your morning beverage is ready, prepared with the utmost of care. See, how about that? Not bad, huh? What? You really think it sounded forced? I'm kind of glad you couldn't see the hand motions I did doing that. I don't know why I did those. I was the daughter of a merchant who ran a shop on the capital's main street. My father had passed away in a plague, so it was just me, my mother, and my older sister. It would be a lie to say business was doing well. We struggled to squeak by day to day after taxes. We couldn't just abandon the shop and leave the capital either. So we tried to make the best of what we were able to take in between the three of us. Then my sister fell in love with a moderately well-off aristocrat. My mom and I were supportive of her in her desire to marry. But their union almost fell apart because she was not suitable for him. Merchants were hardly the lowest class. What we lacked instead was wealth. We needed another source of money, beyond what the shop took in. If only we had money, my sister could get married. If only we had money, my mom wouldn't have to work so hard. If only we had money. It was then that someone from the distinguished Bollinger estate approached me. Said they were in need of Abigails and would love to have me. He said that if I agreed to work for them, the Bollinger estate would take care of my family. Generally speaking, noble houses took Abigails from other, lower-ranked noble houses. It was unthinkable for someone of my status to receive such an offer. So I took it as a once-in-a-lifetime chance and accepted the offer. I just pray that nothing bad happens to my sister, and that Mom is getting enough money to live comfortably. That's all I can do. They're nobility. They have plenty of money. Enough to spare some. The light shining through the stained glass window began to grow murky, fading into blackness. Felt like a message from on high that no, my prayers would not be answered. The bluish-white illumination shining down upon me disappeared as clouds blocked the moon. Oh, come on. Don't even want to look at a sleek woman like me? For heaven's sake. Never asked to end up like this. They're nobility. They have plenty of money. Enough to spare some. Come on. Don't even want to look at a sullied woman like me? For heaven's sake. Never asked to end up like this. Giselle was sitting on one of the pews in the room with the stained glass window. Just looking at her, you might have thought she was offering a prayer. But the words coming from her mouth were anything but prayerful. They were filled with resentment. They have plenty of money, a sullied woman. And then I never asked to end up like this? So this is what's beneath that facade. Most likely money's what she's after. All I need to do now is confirm my suspicions with them. Just what awful secrets will I uncover? I gave Giselle, sitting in the pew with her head dropped, a cursory glance before leaving the chapel. I had somewhere else to be. The bitterly cold outside air felt like dozens of needles flowing into my lungs. It had been so long since I stepped out beyond the mansion's walls. A thick mist canopied the night sky, blocking out the moonlight. Naturally, the heavens did not rejoice at my leaving the home. It had been 10 years since I had seen the mansion from the outside, and it hadn't changed one bit. A gloomy scar upon the earth, shrouded in darkness. Hardly the kind of place someone would enthusiastically approach. Nevertheless, it was better than that house. Boy, these two just have loads of baggage. They need like a travel plan for all this baggage they're bringing with them. Oh, I cope with the absolute the depressing state that it is in currently with terrible, terrible jokes. As you may well be used to by now. Yes? Who is it? Michael. What? Michael Bollinger? Just one moment. I'll be right there. Come in. It's a humble abode, but make yourself at home. Wow, I must say, this is rather unexpected. Just one word and I would have been up there in a heartbeat. And how was I supposed to do that? I am, regrettably, fresh out of carrier pigeons. Right, yes. My apologies. This man, living in a small cottage. Not far from the mansion, had been hired by the Bollinger family. His job? To watch over me. That said, we never actually interacted. He was tasked with keeping track of whether I was still alive, whether I remained in the mansion. The monthly package from my family was delivered to him, which he then passed on to me. It was insipidly convoluted, but it was indicative of how much they wanted to avoid anyone learning about me. Well then, what can I do for you? The manservant was visibly rattled. Afraid, too. But not because of the difference in our social ranks. I had a pretty good idea of what he had been told about me. He was afraid of me. Or more specifically, my curse. People fear that which they cannot comprehend. Not just children, adults as well. They fear demons, witches, and curses. Anything impure or not of this world. I have to pee. I'll be right back. I am back. Pee is no longer stored in my balls. But I had long since gotten used to be viewed as such. Didn't sadden me, it didn't disappoint me, it didn't pain me. It did all three of those to you. If you have to say it didn't do those, it definitely still does. Because you are human, it does. It does still hurt. Some things were too foolish to concern yourself over. And thank you, Kev. Appreciate. That certainly doesn't make me feel good either. I was, on some level, annoyed. That woman's appearance at the mansion had created ripples in my once tranquil life. Yes, the tranquil life of living in a mansion and not doing jack shit for 10 years. Is it any wonder he's a twig? That boy has, like, no muscles at all to speak of. Although, as someone who spends most of his day inside, I perhaps should not be the one judging. I am perhaps the pot calling the kettle black. So before I got into the real reason for my visit, I decided to take out a bit of my frustration. Raise your head. There's no need to be afraid. I don't know what you've been told, but I promise I don't bite. How rude of me. You're right, my sincerest apologies. Your job is to keep watch over me. The mere sight of me has you trembling. No, that's true. No. What will you do if I try to run? I would have little trouble escaping. That would be quite unfortunate. Would I ever tell your mother? I'm not sure that would end well at all. You could lose everything you've been paid so far. In fact, you might be lucky to get out with your life. Surely your mother would not. You are aware of who you're dealing with, right? Michael, the cursed youngest son of the Bollinger family, made a pact with the devil. I don't need a blade to take your life. You won't even make it back to report anything. Have mercy, Lord Michael. Please do not leave the mansion. Please spare me. Only joking. What? I don't have the power to kill by way of curse. The man fell silent, but the look on his face said, "You are cursed, though, aren't you? Someone's got an idea planted in their head. It's nigh impossible to get rid of." I am so cursed that everyone can see it, and I need to be locked away in a dark mansion. I am here because I had a question for you, not to warn you that I plan to run away. A question? For me? Yes. Approximately 3 weeks ago, a black-haired woman came to the mansion. Tell me what you know about her. I was told there would be an Abigail coming, but that's all. I don't know anything else about her. I swear, that's all I know. Yeah, I figured that's how he'd I haven't been told anything else. Man, what a wuss. What a wuss. I believe you. I never thought they would tell you anything. Right. Damn, get his ass. He had been hired to observe me, but that's all he was, a hired hand. He wouldn't be privy to the Bollinger family's eternal affairs. Take this. A letter? I need you to deliver it to my mother. You could have just left it in the box from this month's package, and I would have collected it when I dropped off the next one. I am in urgent need of information. Will you do this for me? Yes. Why, yes, absolutely. I'll fetch a delivery boy tomorrow morning. Much appreciated. Good night. You too. Do take care. Lord Michael. Yes? Is it true that you don't have... Would you like me to sew your mouth shut so you can never open it again? Not at all! My sincerest apologies, Lord Michael. That was horribly disrespectful. Good night! Cursed I most certainly am. My mother's response arrived just 10 days later. The delivery boy must have pushed his horse quite hard. It was almost exactly a month after Giselle had moved in, and it was already the 12th century. Could you believe it? Sorry, Oh, that's terrible. I can't keep doing that running gag. I have to stop. And shortly thereafter, on a bone-chilling night, everything came crashing down. The rift between us grew deeper. Sorry, give me a sec. And the wall became between us impossibly high. Just you, me, and this wall you built between us. That's a SpongeBob reference. When I lay bare the scars in her chest and mercilessly plunged my knife into them. Oh, you know what's good? I knew it! We're gonna switch back to Giselle's perspective for this. Wow, this is gonna hurt. Oh boy. Oh dear. They just had to switch us back to Giselle for this. Oy, oy, oy. How did we get to this point? I hate everything. My spirits were getting darker and darker, like they were slowly sinking into a deep morass. I can't even laugh at the morass. I had been at the mansion for a month, and every day since felt twice as long as it should have. I had been optimistic at first. I'd even had a little hope that me and Michael could get along together. Sorry, my eye is like... I don't know why I made baby noises. But it hadn't taken long for that hope to be shattered, and the cheer locked away inside me. We lived in the same house, but we never spoke anymore. The few occasions we did cross paths, he just gave me a cold glare and nothing more. Scorn and suspicion in his eyes. Whenever he looked at me like that, it felt as though my throat was being constricted, like I was deep underwater and running out of air. This is Giselle. Like my very presence in the world was a crime. I never could have imagined just how agonizing constant rejection was. I started despising others, despising myself, despising the world. Convinced there was no one who could set me free. Considered running away from everything, rather than live like this another day. But I would have done so long ago if that were actually an option. If they found out I had fled, that I acted outside their wishes, my mom and sister would pay. They had succeeded in allowing my sister to get married and my mom to live comfortably. I'd given them happiness. I couldn't take that away from them again. Not after what I had to go through to do it. No, cut that out. Getting way too depressing, Giselle. Girl, you know what game you're in? Girl, I don't know if there's a thing as too depressing for the Fata Morgana. For a house in Fata Morgana. Pull yourself together. That's not who you are. Be positive. The negativity didn't only come from my interactions with Michael either. No, there seemed to be some kind of terrible presence within the mansion that twisted people's hearts. The mansion was, in fact, a bit of a local legend, which I'd been informed about before being sent here. People claimed it was cursed, and that an evil witch had lived in it for many, many years. Michael joked that he was the witch, but I didn't believe him. Not usually one to believe in magic or curses at all, but being here so long I can't help but wonder. Anyway, things can't go on like this. If I was to remain in this house, the situation needed to improve. A lot. I was going to lose my mind if things kept up as they were. I was ready to give up once, but I'm going to try closing the distance between us again. I'm sure nothing will go poorly in the house in Fata Morgana. If I could get him to open up even the tiniest bit, then maybe that would make living here a little easier. I wasn't going to try and make us best friends or anything. Just repair our relationship enough that being around each other wasn't torturous. I've got my work cut out for me. How even begin that conversation? Heck, what is that conversation even going to be about? Maybe I should hold off, do it another day. No, I've made up my mind to do this, so I should get to it quickly. The longer I wait, the worse things are going to get. And eventually, there won't be any fixing anything. We need to talk. We need to be in the same room for more than 10 seconds, and we need to get to know each other. He needs to know that he's not the reason I have something to hide. Okay, let's do this. I'm rooting for you, Giselle. I made my way to Michael's chambers, which he had told me to stay away from. My stride was slow and ponderous, but at the very least I did my best to keep some semblance of a smile on my face. You go, girl. This is one time where I'd really like to have someone give me a little nudge. Breathe in. Breathe out. Okay. Pardon, Master? There's something I'd like to talk to you about. Master? I guess he's not here. The door wasn't locked. As was the rest of the house, his room was shrouded in darkness. Girl, what you doing? The only light came from the candle in my hand. Master? Are you there, Master? Girl? I guess I missed him. It's probably best if I don't stick around for long. He's already got a less than stellar impression of me. I don't want to imagine what'll happen if he thinks I've been snooping through his room. Snooping as usual, I see. Yeah, I should get out of here. Spun around on my heels, taking a step toward the door. I caught sight of an object draped in a black sheet. I knew I had to get out of there as quickly as possible, but I was intrigued by that object. Girl, do you know what happens to cats when they get curious? Something he kept hidden in a room I was forbidden to enter. Maybe it was a clue to discovering Michael's secrets. Reached my hand toward the object, knowing good and well I shouldn't. Was it because I wanted to learn more about him? Was it because I wanted to tear down the veil he hid behind? Or was it the whispers of the witch? What do we have here? I pulled off the sheet, revealing a framed painting of what appeared to be a noble woman with porcelain white skin. What stood out about her, though, was that the woman's hair was as pale as her skin. And then... But what? I noticed something else. Wide gashes ravaged the canvas. damaging her face beyond repair. What the? I imagine it had once a painting of a beautiful woman. There was hardly a trace of that left. The only feeling it inspired anymore was a deep chill. This damage was not accidental. It was deliberate, angry, and the contempt emanating from it within this frame was stifling. Thick, suffocating blackness seeped into me. Why would anyone? She was surely a most beautiful woman. Angelic, even. A storm of questions assaulted me. Who was she? Why had her face been carved up? Why had the painting been covered? What had happened? Who could have? If only one person who could have done this. Michael, why on earth? You saw it, didn't you? You saw the painting, didn't you? You entered my room without permission. You saw the painting, didn't you? Angelic, you say? There's nothing angelic about that damn woman. I scrambled to make some kind of excuse, but nothing would come out of my mouth. All I could do was tremble. Ooh. And we're back to the second door, it feels like. Ha 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 ha, let's hope it goes better than that. Why did you enter my chambers? What were you looking for? Answer me. My mouth wouldn't move properly. I couldn't make my voice come out. It's like I wasn't even my own body anymore. The wisps of air that were drawn into my lungs were expelled as hoarse gasps. My breaths were shallow and rapid. I was inhaling, but I wasn't getting any air. I was terrified. Terrified. Terrified, terrified, terrified. Of his eyes, of his voice, of his feelings, of the knife he was holding up to me. The terrible past I was chained to. The man's voice, the man's very flesh, terrified me. What were you trying to find? And what were you planning to do with it? Answer me. Another thing you refused to tell me then? No, I'm trying. Nothing's coming out of my mouth, though. Everything's so bright, and I can't catch my breath. I can't breathe. That's fine. You don't have to tell me. I have a pretty good idea. Idea? What do you mean? Money is what brought you to the Bollinger estate. It's what brought you to me, too. Countless people you would love to see in your house. The noble family fears nothing more than district people. You were, I presume, approached by someone scheming the Bollingers' downfall. No. As it just so happens, the Bollinger have a very unfortunate secret. They're quite desperate to keep under wraps. Someone suspected I might still be alive, so they sent you to dig up information about me. My very existence threatens to tear down that house. Cursed youngest son of the Bollinger family. Michael, who made a pact with the devil, who is supposed to be dead, but is very much alive. You sweet-talked your way into that house, and into information about me and my present situation. And you meant to trade that information for money. I bet whoever it was put quite a handsome price on it, too. Maybe the one plotting to ruin the Bollinger family is you. No, that's not true. Then enlighten me. Please, hear me out. I didn't know anything about you. I wasn't sniffing around or trying to bring you harm in any way. Then tell me, if that's not the reason you wormed your way into the Bollinger estate, that's not what you're doing here, then tell me what is. Tell me why you came to this mansion. You want me to tell you about that? No way. That's asking way too much. Tell me. I swear, I haven't done anything to wrong you. I simply wanted to make our life together a little more comfortable. To bring some warmth to this frigid relationship we have. It's the only reason I wanted to find out more about you. I must assume I'm right then, Giselle. I must tell him he's wrong. I must tell him I mean no harm. But I can't say anything. Merchant's daughter became an Abigail at a noble house? Could you come up with a more obvious lie? Your father's the one who... Wait, does he know that I'm from a merchant family? You look perplexed. I may be imprisoned in this house, not free to move about as I please, but I have my ways. Stop. I know everything. Everything? Then he knows about that too. Oh yes, I do know. Please. Don't. Your quest for money. Don't say it! You slept with my father. In that moment, Michael plunged his knife into my heart. Carved through my chest with those words, causing me to completely lose control of myself. A panicked frenzy, and probably screaming all the way, I knocked the man aside, and ran. I hear a clap of thunder in the distance. Oh, how I wished a bolt of lightning would come crashing down upon me. But if God burned my tainted flesh with a divine thunderbolt, it would get rid of some of the filth. The jagged streaks of light cascading across the dark clouds did not strike me, only creating restless grumbles in the sky. Why? I knew that if I fled the mansion, I'd likely be causing trouble for my mom and sister. I was helpless to stop myself. All I could do was run from all that threatened me with no regard for the consequences. For long, small droplets of rain began falling. It soon grew heavy enough to penetrate the forest canopy and reach the ground where I stood. Downpour drowned out my tears and cries. As I had rushed from the mansion without even putting on a cloak, each cold winter droplet stung bitterly against my flesh. The bite of the rain was like a warm embrace compared to what I'd been through before. I had spoken the truth. As much as I wanted to deny it, avert my eyes, reality was forever engraved in this body. No! Don't want to think about it! I had no say in that. Get out of my head! Did I miss anything? Come over here, Giselle. Okay, may I ask why you asked me here so late at night, Master? Oh, I just wanted to have a little chat. Care for some wine? I'll bring back up the content warning at this point. Be specific. Warnings that are relevant here are torture, sexual assault, and rape. I completely understand if you want to dip out at this time. It is rough. But if you wish to stick with me through this, it will be worth it. I promise that. But I do not fault you if you need to step out for 5 minutes or so. It will be past that then. So, if you need to step out, completely understandable. Give it a try? Okay. Don't push yourself, though. If you're not feeling up to it, please. I know that all of this gets redeemed, and it's still enough to go through. So, I will say that. It gets better. Just like real life, it gets better. So, care for some wine? Come closer and I'll pour you a glass. I had this wine imported from up north. They use very hard water, and like it rather tart, so it leaves quite the lasting impression on your tongue. And yet it goes down so easily you just can't seem to stop. What do you say? Have a sip. Or does your expertise as a trader allow you to evaluate a wine's quality without tasting it? No, but, Please, Giselle, don't trample all over my good graces. Very well, then. I will have a sip, master, but nothing more. Have you ever considered growing out your hair? Having long hair made it difficult to do my job. You're not a merchant anymore, though. You deserve to look like the woman you truly are. I have no doubt. Longer hair. Hold on, let me actually do something here. Just in case anybody comes in. Let me do that. Just in case anybody pops back in after looking away for a while and comes back to this. I do not want to catch them off guard. I have no doubt longer hair would accentuate your natural beauty. It's a gorgeous shade of black, so deep a man could get lost in it for years. Contrast the color of your skin fabulously. Highlight your eyes, your cheekbones, your nape, your shoulders, your chest. Yeah. I should get going. Oh, but we're not done talking yet. I would not want a lack of sleep to interfere with my ability to work tomorrow. Thank you very much for the wine. It was delicious. No need to be so cold-hearted now. From the moment I first laid eyes on you. Master, that's enough fooling around for one night. Now, don't be afraid. I wouldn't do anything to hurt you. I simply want to express my love. Let go of me! I only came here to work, nothing more. First time I saw you, I thought it would be a tragic waste to leave you to wither away working at some little street side shop. Stop! Can't tell me you didn't know a merchant girl had no place in a house like this, even as a servant. There's only one reason you would be allowed here. No, I swear it never even crossed my mind. It would seem you're even more innocent than you look. But you figured it all out by now, haven't you? No, let go of me! Stop this! Keep your voice down! Do not shout, Giselle. If anyone were to find out about this, you would be the one shouldering the consequences, not me. But you're a maid, and I'm the master of the house. Whose word do you think holds more weight? Don't worry, I won't do anything to hurt you. I promise your family will be exceptionally well taken care of. Your mother will have the comfortable life you wanted for her. But you know what will happen if you raise a fuss and make a fool of yourself. Not only will your family not get any of your money, not only will your sister not get to marry, you'll all spend the rest of your lives on the streets. How could you be so cruel? This is blackmail. Blackmail? For a merchant's daughter, you don't know much about trade, do you? Then let me give you a little lesson about market value. goods you're after, Giselle, are not cheap. Understand? Now, let me see that beautiful body of yours. He was an older man, so I expected him to be very strong. But I couldn't break free of his grip. I found myself entirely at his mercy. Beneath the gaudy outfits lay a hungry beast, and I was seeing the creature's true colors for the first time that day. The aging man ran his disgusting, slobbery tongue across my exposed skin. Then he placed his hands upon and withered away. A piece of flesh he pressed his lips against, putrefied, rotted, decayed, rankled. I trembled in revulsion, at which the man laughed, seemingly interpreting it as something else. I wondered what kind of place hell was. If hell's wardens only flayed and carved their prisoners, I would have preferred that instead. I would have rather been sliced into tiny little chunks and cast into the hellfire. I would have chosen eternal torment over being touched by this man another second. But I didn't get to choose my hell. Eventually, the man forced open the gates I had been holding fast and spread his festering death inside me. Listen to me, Giselle. It is in both of our best interests to keep this between the two of us. If you can do that, I'll continue to do good by you and your family. Oh, don't look at me like that, please. I'm thrilled to have you here in this house, Giselle. She has long since lost her mind, after all. It's torture just being in the same room. My sons, they hardly ever come home. But you, Giselle, you give color to my dull life. You make it exciting once more. But the only color is the blood streaming from the gaping wounds I'm about to leave in your body. Antonine. Now go on back to your room. I'll be waiting here at the same time next week. I couldn't escape from that man's grasp, not when he used my family against me. Some weeks I would just not go to his chambers, and when feeble means of resistance. When I did that, he would send another Abigail to come find me the next day. Couldn't ignore his summons when he got other people involved. And then, when the two of us were alone, the mask would come off, and he would discipline me for not showing up before taking care of his usual business. On good days, he would leave bruises at inconspicuous places, my abdomen, my inner thighs. But he went as far as carving a word into my skin with a knife. Harlot. That was why I was afraid of knives. That was why I was afraid of men shouting. Wasn't even sure what to regret anymore. Was in far too deep. There was no turning back the clock. I considered taking my own life on more than one occasion. But every time the thought crossed my mind, happy memories came with it. Back when I was just the three of us girls in the shop. Life may not have been easy, but it was never dull either. I didn't want to end my life at its absolute lowest point. I wanted, if just temporarily, to go back to the way things were back then. That objective was the only thing that allowed me to keep going. When I was in his presence, I tried to convince myself I was merely an object. I had no emotions, so he couldn't hurt me. I was merely a vessel, a construct of flesh and bones. His hands couldn't reach my heart, for it was not connected to my body. Doing that made it a little easier to bear. The reality was, it was impossible to completely sever my heart from my body. You Giselle, aren't you? One day, the mistress of the estate stopped me in the halls. She had supposedly once been quite beautiful, but now she was only haggard and bony. Her skin dry, her eyes sunken, her hair faded and stripped of its luster, her head down, her cracked lips barely moving as she spoke. Age didn't appear to be the only thing working its merciless magic on her either. Seemed to be something eating away at her from the inside too. something that could burst out at the slightest touch. Yes, I am Giselle. Is there something I can do for you? The mistress rarely ever left her chambers. I'd been told it had been a year since she attended family supper, so it would bring her to come looking for someone like me. To you. What? I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. You're having relations with my husband, aren't you? You are, aren't you? Madame. You wretched creature. She was telling me the truth. My trusty Mies got a glimpse of you through the crack in the door. She saw you with him, you filthy rat. You seduced my husband. You devil, you conniving witch. Don't get it, do you? Don't realize how grievous your sin is, do you? Someone, anyone, restrain this girl. She's a demon, a devil. Tie her up. Hand her over the clergy. No, that won't be enough. Witch, you have to burn her bones. Scatter the ashes or she'll just come back to life. Yes, execute her. Kill this woman. Burn the witch. Seize the piece she's stolen from me. Cursed. It's cursed. This house is cursed. Not only has it taken away my daughter, now it's trying to take away my husband. Oh God, please shine thy cleansing light upon this house. I knew it would be a waste of breath trying to talk to her. She was not of sound mind. There was madness in her eyes. I didn't even have to make a fuss about it. It happened all on its own. There was no way around it. I should have just done it myself after the first time. I didn't have the energy to argue with her, to cry or to shout. Before long, the crowd began to form around me, and the sobbing mistress, and in it stood him. They assumed he would just stand back and watch. Much to my surprise, he stepped in, with an embarrassed look on his face, to try and settle his wife down and convince her not to have me executed. Maybe he did have a heart after all. Maybe he just wanted to save face. Regardless, instead of being burned at the stake, it was decided I would be sent away to some remote forest. One of the previous Bollinger family heads had purchased a mansion there long ago, but it had been abandoned because of the stories people told about it. They said a cursed witch dwelled in the house. She had returned to life after being executed, and now skulked about in the darkness. It was the perfect place to banish a sinner. And so, accused of adultery, I was in a carriage on my way out of the capital the next day. I hope my mom and sister are alright. Two of them. They'll believe in me, even if no one else does. The wooden wheels turned, carrying me away to that cursed mansion. Just a silent coachman and a single, sullied passenger. Looking out through the window, I could see the city walls slowly fading into distance behind us. I doubted I would ever set foot in this land again. Ever cross the Grand Pont again. It was a saddening reality, but at the same time, I felt a surge of relief. I had finally escaped from that house. Finally escaped from that man. A sense of freedom slightly lessened the weight of everything else I was feeling. A good while after we left the capital, the coachman handed me a letter. On the sheet of parchment was a rather startling revelation. There was someone else already living at the house where I was to reside, the Bollinger's youngest child. But the letter didn't say why he had been sent to the cursed mansion, only that he was there. Beyond that, the letter only made a single request. I look after him and not ask any questions. So I'm not just being sent off to the middle of nowhere. I still have work to do. I looked after whoever's at the mansion, then they'll do the same for my family. I don't know much say in the matter either way, I suppose. The carriage rattled and shook as it traversed the stony path, and bouncing around inside it, I resolved to take back my life. The peace I had once known, the cheerfulness I had lost. To do so, I would forget. lock away my memories, bury every terrible thing that had happened to me, cast aside those memories, find my smile once more. Give me a second. Let me know if the audio changes quality drastically now. Because I'm not playing it from my headphones, because they actually died. Or they were close to dying, at least. Let me know if the audio is bad. I have no idea of who I'm going to find there. Oh no, audio's just gone. Hold on, let me properties, default, use that. No? Hold on. Sorry about this. But we're through the worst of it, I think. Yeah. You can hear me still, right, though? That's the important thing. Jeez. Probably shouldn't have punched my desk. That probably was not a great idea. But it still gets to me, even now. Is this the speak? No? Which speakers actually make it do sound again? What is going on with the sound? Hold on, I'm going to save and I'm going to reopen and I'm going to close and reopen it. It might be that. I don't know. It's always a bit funky. I always just use my headphones, so them being dead. But I don't want to stop it here. I'm oh, I'm not stopping it here. And I personally want to get through this. I don't want to leave it on this note. Per crime. I mean, I understand why it's called that, but it's still... I won't. Thank you. It should be easier from here. I've been kind of dreading getting to that point for a while now. That was, that's a rough part of it. Why is my thing so far behind? Is it not capturing it anymore? No, it should be. I'm gonna refresh the captioner. Oh, it's lagging because it's reopening the game. We'll wait here. Jeez. So, I mean, that explains why Giselle didn't want to talk about anything. God, she got sent to work for his son. Ooh, that was weird. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, is it capturing again? Okay, it's just taking its time. It doesn't. I can't wait to get a new computer, a new PC. Ay. Here, I'll type what I want to say. Apologies for the loud typing noises. Is the Fata Morgana actually opening? There it goes. Maybe. We shall see. We shall see. I just don't want to end it on this note. Like, I know the house in Fata Morgana is... It's not the happiest story. At times. But... I don't want to end it here. I won't end it here. For heaven's sake, will you just open? And why is... See, oh, see, oh, we need some happier Fata Morgana music, please. We need something. Anything. Boy. I might just have to restart the stream. That's annoying. Well, I am probably going to be going long enough to make another video with the VOD anyways. So, all right, I'm gonna stop the stream. I'm gonna. See, oh, yeah, I'll be right back.